All right, everyone. I want to thank you all so much for hanging in there as we go ahead and get started with some more D&D right here on Lionhead Gaming. And since it is Thursday, that means it's time for some more Song of Rapture as DM'd by Monsieur Omen. I hand the reins over to you. What do you have for us tonight?
Valiant Vanguard. They had come on the heels of a somewhat heated reunion between their ally, and it seemed like a long-standing family drama that has been hanging over her head since the moment the group was formed. And sort of found themselves at an impasse, having gathered some new information and found themselves at a bit of a crossroads as to what to do. But what exactly transpired during this last heated confrontation and what they discovered along the way isn't truly my story to tell, so would someone like to tell us what happened in the last episode of the Song of Rapture?
Previously on Song of Rapture. Sitting in the large and lavish room of the royal chateau, the valiant vanguard met with High Lord Kailan, Persephone's father, along with his wife, Sontes Despia, and son, Zael. Kailan told the party as much as he was able to about the situation surrounding this wedding with Queen Titania, like that she was not a mere queen. In the Feywilds, she was considered more like a goddess, an archfey. This union would not just elevate Rael's position and potentially turn him from half-elf to full-elf, but the surge in magic would reinforce Illyria's defenses. Their war with the recently seceded Tyrion left them vulnerable, and they could not handle getting attacked, which would explain why the whole council was on board with this union as well. And according to Kailan, the council had taken all the appropriate precautions to allow her journey across the Vale and into the Prime. But Persephone was not convinced, and as she continued to press for further information, Kailan continued to push back, questioning what knowledge it was that she had, what experience that a mere year gallivanting and adventuring away from home could compete with the thousands years of preparations of the Eternal Oath. Their tone had risen ever so slightly, which might as well have been yelling by Elven standards. After their meeting concluded, Lady Sontes gave everyone the tour of Inolin and allowed them to do some shopping in the magical city. Later, they met with an old family friend of Persephone's, Oath Lord Galleon. After some persuasion, he showed the Vanguard where this gate was, the gate that would bring Queen Titania through from the Feywilds into the Prime, and how it was that her children were able to get through themselves. And again, reassuring, there was nothing to worry about, that everything would be fine because they've taken the proper precautions. Luna, remembering Perse's teacher and what he said about unintended enchantment from Fey nobility, used her high insight to determine that Oath Lord Galleon could very well be influenced, as could many people who have gotten close to the situation. So maybe their word wasn't the best to go by. But he did tell them how to power the gate. Her father. More specifically, Perse's father used some type of word that only he knew, and an artifact, which acted as a key that was held within the council's possession since its conception thousands of years ago. Although the other Fey nobles have been able to go back and forth no problem, it seems. As the evening went on, there was still one last thing that Persephone needed to know. Why was the queen so interested in her brother, specifically? Luna and Samantha distracted Captain Theron, diverting the attention of the guards away from the noble siblings long enough for them to speak candidly about the situation. Rael told her that what he possessed, which this archfey desired, was quite simple. Unusually simple. She wanted the love from a true noble heart. Which, because Rael had been sacrificing a lot to allow Persephone this year of freedom away from their father's overbearing ways, it made sense. But even though he was doing this for Persephone's sake, the young druid made a promise to her brother that she would get him out of this, because as much as she's enjoyed this past year, it was time for Rael to be allowed the same. So join us tonight as we almost forgot. As the night went on, our favorite mischievous monkey, Tamar Khan, found Swift Hollow and invited her to go on their own little adventure and perhaps get up to no good with the magical city. So join us tonight for another episode of Song of Rapture.
Very well done. Give yourself some DM inspiration while I accidentally reload the page.
Oh,
That
man.
happens all the time.
Oh, man.
Grab your mouse buttons.
No, I'm just really clumsy.
You tripped over the page.
It happens
I
more
just clicked a
often than
button
you'd
and I'm like,
think.
oh, there's another button there. Whoopsie.
Oh no. Wrong button.
Let me just go over to my favorites folder. Oh, balls. Oh, no.
It all went wrong. But yeah, give yourself some deep inspiration unless it just so happens that I might even have some.
I don't have some. I gave it to
Ooh,
Luna last session.
Fantastic.
Mm.
Insight check Galleon.
Fantastic. As indeed, we will rejoin the Valiant Vanguard, at least some of them, on this evening as the night grows long. It seems as if all the rest of them have been gathering their things and settling into what seem to be large and lavish rooms, some shared and others more individualized. It seems as if a couple of our more, I guess, roguish members of the group, those who find themselves often gallivanting into the night for their own, whether personal or group focused activities, find themselves wandering through the now dimly lit moon shined Inulin, a city where Tamar Khan as well as Swift Hollow seem to be making their way through the city. As what are you guys up to on this evening?
Yeah,
So where
tomorrow.
are we going?
Sort of just leading you through the streets, sort of through alleyways here and there. You can see Tamar having a sort of whimsical look on his face as he sort of just, seeming like he's trying to find his way again. It is a place. I haven't been here in a few years, but don't worry, I have a mind for such things. Something I dug up last time I was here. A different side of the Crystal City. I think, someone of your taste will appreciate it. As I make my way through the city, sort of pretty quickly and silently, sort of darting from place to place. It's
Okay.
also want to keep an eye out, see if anybody's trying to follow us. Why not? See if us trying to scoot off in the middle of the night of the palace. See if we've got eyes on us.
Gotcha. You being sneaky about it, trying to avoid eyes.
Yeah, being sneaky and also just seeing if we catch wind of anybody following us.
Sure. I'd ask for a stealth check from both of you, as well as a perception check from anyone trying to keep a careful eye as they travel carefully through the night.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Sneakiness.
mama.
Oh, we both 26s on our sneaks. Ooh, 27.
Ooh, wow. It seems like the dynamic duo is on their A game tonight. As through this now silver lit city, where you can see the emerald rooftops now glitter with the reflection of stars on this relatively clear night. These two shadowy figures making their way from what seems like one of the, I'd probably assume like a window or something from the Grand Emerald Chateau. Probably not leaving from the front gates to gather attention, more to slip out. You
Yeah.
would be, as I said, shadows in the night, making your way quietly, almost for one of you, completely silently through the darkness, walking on apparently a pair of magic sandals
Yeah.
that absorb all sound. Of course, in this journey of yours, you would notice that there are guards lined up along the way, not quite as stringent as you've seen probably like in the places of Skyreach or Broken Ridge, but still pretty alert. These are elven guards, their ears and senses are quite sharp, and their eyes can see quite well into the dark. But fortunately for you, your talents have carried you this far, and during your journey, you would be able to identify guards in their patrols making their way around the center of the city. It seems like along your path, Tamarkan, from the chateau towards the center, you would see that the tree has been finally restored, cleaned of all ashes and soot, and a pretty strong guard being maintained around it. But through your very expert perception, watching their patterns, able to sit in the shadows and observe them carefully, you'd see that there is a break between them, allowing you to sort of slip by. The place is relatively well guarded, but, well, it doesn't seem like anyone has any sort of eyes on you. And
Just this way.
as you would find yourself making your way just south of the Zendalarada, the Great Diamond Tree, following what looks to be a set of large and sort of border-defining roots that grow out of the ground in sort of a guarding gate fashion. One of them in particular grows relatively large. In fact, like almost looks like a large tree in itself, sort of jutting up out of the ground at an odd angle and then back down into the earth. And as you would approach Tamarkan, sort of just testing it out after years, a hand would press upon its surface, and just like to the north, just from the previous or from the earlier that day, where you would find a glorious glade of pure nature standing before you, ever so carefully shimmered and veiled away with a physical touch. So too does it seem that this sort of hollow side of this route seemed to give way, leading into what seems to be a long and winding tunnel that, as you would remember, burrows down into the earth.
I was here last. I was quite fascinated with the tree. I was trying to get my hands on it, but it has always guarded. Not just by man, but something more. Something that was not in place when we were fighting the prince. In probing around, I found this place. I didn't get very far, but it was intriguing. So we go?
Elven ingenuity. Let's go.
Sneak our way down the tunnel.
All right. You get inside this, again, it's like almost like a crescent shaped tree trunk until it hits the earth and then it becomes a full widened tunnel. It looks as if some sort of magic had been used to take this massive wood and sort of just force it to sort of aperture at its center, creating this long and naturally, well, magically naturally created tunnel that you, I guess at your guys' height, you guys are relatively tall and well-built individuals, especially it seems like Sotala and Tamarkan are both quite tall. So it would take you sort of hunching your shoulders and maintaining your relatively already lowered, quiet bodies to make your way down. It seems as if this path is not meant to be heavily trafficked by the footsteps of elves or men. And it takes you down quite a ways. It doesn't go quite as steep as enough to where you'd be dropping, but instead it seems to be shifting and curling just like the rest of this border in a slow and winding circle down beneath the Zindalarada. You would be in moments of complete darkness, maybe for about a minute or so at a time, before through the breaks in the wood you'd see shimmering facets, almost like the way ice sort of clings to the surface of a wall, the ceiling, or floor. But rather than being ice, it seems to be just this small plate of what looks to be the same glowing Zindalare of the elven crystals. The same crystal that seems to define the tree itself. Sort of creating this sort of spotted, lighted way along the length of this tunnel. Until further and further down, you'd think probably about 10 minutes of straight, almost crawling, making your way down lower and lower, possibly 500 to 1,000 feet beneath the surface. Until finally you would find the entrance, almost like an opening, a beveling of this route you're crawling through, gives way to a flat open wall. And you'd see this time, unlike before, Tamarkan, when your younger self was making your way through here, the traffic has been quite lowered, the spacing in here far greater. The root bellows, the whispered words had often called it, have been widened since you last visited this place. And inside, you find yourself pressing out of a cave face, as it seems, into a large open chasm, where a number of massive, similarly sized roots seem to be defining both walls and structures along its face. You'd see what looks to be the soft glow of different crystals inside, illuminating both red, orange, green, and blue, almost like different small districts of sorts, like if you're walking over a city, the different lights that seem to illuminate its places. And between these large roots, carefully hidden within the glow, are these ornate looking, almost like huts of sorts, the drawing of wood and stone up into these makeshift fashioned structures. And with between them, just ever so slightly, you'd see the shifting of shadows. As you find yourself facing, at the center of all of this, the heart of the root bellows. And at the center of this massive mound of congealed roots, you would see pieces of that same glowing crystal beginning to become entwined and wrapped in these roots. It almost looks like the actual source, possibly, of some of this stonework. And around, the air is electric. Your fur seems to stand up on end, but not like true electricity. It's a feeling that I'd say both of, well, yeah, technically both of you, one of you's an elf, have a familiar sensation with, the conjuring of magic. So much so that the air itself seems to be electric and alive with it. You can see small particles of dust and debris floating through the air freely as if you're underwater. Even around this great mass of roots, you would see like these stalactites or chunks of earth simply just floating across the air. Occasionally, you might see someone like making their way across one to the other, almost like a pathway. But they seem to be relatively stable, simply floating and moving just very slowly throughout this empty space. And down below, where it looks like there would be a solid drop off for you guys, seems to be a set of these stone like tiles, like steps, but they seem to be just like everything else floating in the air, as if preserved and pointed with the use of elven magic, leading you down into the heart of this root bellows. As you find yourself in the deep, dark underground of Inland.
What do you think?
I suppose a pun would be appropriate here.
Hmm?
I think it's electrifying.
There is more, though. Beware. Many here. Yeah, the ones that I ran into last time, they were not exactly happy to see me. I don't think this is a very welcoming place. What? Well, it seems like your talents of working with such people. I would want to see it. Shall we go? Deepery.
Have you considered it's because you can't speak Elvish?
Possibly. I can speak to some in Sylve.
Alright, let's go. Let us see what is in this place you have found yourselves in.
Wonderful.
Okay, just a short travel down this steps. It seems like it may be cautious few first steps to realize that these stones floating in the air aren't going to fall beneath your feet anytime soon until you walk down from the great heights to the floor of this place. Also seem to be riddled with chunks of stone and crystal that seem to be just embedding their way up from the earth. And again, it looks like this place is sort of cast like a large net, these great roots sort of dividing and encapsulating these small, looks like huts of sorts made of stone and crystal and also wood. Between them, as you get closer now, you can see there's probably about 24 or so people making their way between some of these buildings. Most of them very well cloaked, drabbed, and it looked like to be these. You'd almost expect them to be like furs or kind of ragged, but perhaps they've just been dragging against the hardened, sharpened edge of stone and wood all in the depths of the root bellows. It looks like they just sort of seen better days. The most noticeable thing you probably see about them is seldom among these elves traveling in this sort of subterranean territory. Their skin doesn't seem like it's seen the light of day. Some of them seem to be quite pale, but many of them seem to have slate gray, if not completely darkened skin, and long silver, otherwise red or violet hair running down from within their hooded cloaks across their shoulders. Just like you'd seen in the underbelly of the city of Roka, you'd also realize that here is also a home of the hidden elves of the Vale, those known as the Drow, and it seems like there are plenty of them. You'd actually also notice, off in the distance, the soft rumbling of earth that these. It almost looks like an elephant or something almost as large, sort of pulling itself through the earth, carrying what looks like these twisted mounds of wood, almost like barrels, but looks like they've been naturally formed and sealed. Instead, they seem to be these like strange, like multi-armed crustaceans with long winding antennas from their heads, taking steps, their heads sort of twitching and vibrating with every step. They seem to be obeying these quick cutting words in something that sounds like Elvish, as they seem to be guiding. It looks like they're gathering materials from the bottom of the earth and bringing them into a large collection of these buildings. But yeah, if you were to like try and mingle among them, try to figure out where you are, what you're doing, it does seem like there is something of a underheld market here. There are similarly sold weapons and armors and wares and the likes, but there are likely things you could find down here that they wouldn't possibly sell on the surface. If you're looking to shop or you're looking to mingle, what's the plan here, sneaky boys?
I know that you are in the mood to spend some coin up above. I thought maybe something that would fit your taste even more down here. I have my eyes on a few things, see if they are available. You think you could give me a hand?
Do you need more poison, Tamarcon?
No, no, no. But something more concealable. I am a favorite of my dad's, but the mundane properties may be falling out of favor here as we fight more challenging beasties. I thought possibly something made for the dark, as it were. Also have the very aggravating problem of holding a very large weapon around with me. Would love to find something more concealable. A longbow is a problem at times. What of you? I'm sure
So
they might
Apollo
have a
waggles
poison or
her
two here.
crossbow. It's just as hard. And much more concealable. I don't suppose you have the... As she just like looks you up and down. Dexterity or strength to pull back the bolt. As you can a bow.
Oh, I fired a crossbow at a time, but I practice in firing quick. A crossbow, it is hampering at times.
She shrugs. It works for me. Oh well. Come
As
along
I've
and
seen.
let's go see something.
Good.
Okay. So you
I
guys
sort
are
of follow her around as she intermingles and tries to figure out where they're selling shit. Because I don't know,
What are we trying to buy?
looking
We're
for
trying to buy small
Drugs.
bow, but
Drugs.
big.
a concealable bow of some sort. I don't know if that can exist, but yeah,
Oh, we need darts.
concealable weapons.
sure.
I'm sure they have a ton of.
As give me how are you looking for these things, Swift Hollow? What are you doing? Tamarcon's watching you, trying to see how you do your thing. What's your thing look like?
Oh, sorry to my con. Smith Hollow's thing is looking around.
Sure.
Why would I? No need to talk to people. I have
Yeah.
a very, very good eye, and
Sure.
even the slightest of hands can't escape me.
Oh yeah. You're basically just keeping your eye around this place. Yeah, you wouldn't need a perception check for that. Basically, you know what you're looking for. You're waiting to see what's trading hands between these traveling traders. And again, as you notice, they seem to be in constant motion. But you've been into a similar place before beneath the city of Roka. You've seen how these other elven nations seem to handle their underbellies and how their trade works. You'll be able to notice that in the far western side of this great cavern, there is sort of a collective of what looks to be the soft clanging of metal, although very, very faintly held. It seems as if it's trying to be suppressed or kept within like soft folded cloths, but as a very perceptive elf yourself, I'd say be able to pick it up quite easily. As you'd make your way over, yeah, you'd see it looks like one of these drow, long white hair tied behind and then around his neck and a long, tight tail, scars littering an entire part of his face. Seem like half of it's been looks like it's seen the edge of a whip or something, or a cat and nine tails quite many times until the actual brow itself has lost most of its hair on that side. He'd if you're willing to speak the talk to prove that you're not just a lost traveler, because one of you seems to stick out quite like a sore thumb within this environment. He might be willing to sell, but he's a little cautious.
Smith Hollow just approaches him. And she greets him in Elvish first, and then she starts speaking in Common. Because she knows that Drow have their own language, and I'm pretty sure Drow speak Elvish, but you know, Tamarcon doesn't know, so I want to keep him in the loop.
Sure.
It's hard days, no matter what folk tell you. There's always business to be done, but there's no way of doing it. I just can't lay a brick without a trowel. Do you have the tools that I need?
Perhaps. Tools can be hard to find these days when the jobs are far too hard. You need the right cut. Why? What sort of bricks are you laying, Mason?
You know. I'm a contractor for Standard Affair. The nobles, they pay much, but their tastes are much too complicated. They always have a way of controlling what they want and having too many overseers. There's no flexibility in them. I just need something that'll give me the works. Nothing fancy, just something simple.
Just roll me a persuasion check.
Oh boy, I'm good
That's
at
it?
those.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeet.
I need Swift Hollow Thieves canting more for me, please.
No.
As I dab furiously.
Oh yeah, it only works with stuff you're proficient in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I am not reliably talented in persuasion.
Oof.
You don't seem like the type to be laying brick for masons of great nobility. Hiding your actions, though. I have something for that. Though it might cost a great coin. Perhaps you find great work and carry enough on you. If that's what you're interested in. As you'd see, his hands would move up from the sides of his body and sort of almost falling out of his the edge of his robes. You'd see this tiny little, almost looks like a razor, like a single straight edge razor, before he grabs onto the handles, and you hear this soft sort of click as it almost looks like the metal itself unfolds and falls into his palms. As he would reveal to you a pair of drow specialty items, those known as the folding blades. A pair of +1 daggers that grant you advantage on sleight of hand checks to conceal them. They're made of, it seems like, a specially forged form of mithril that allows the metal itself to actually become almost like fabric and fold itself up and possibly small, almost like a small piece of metal, until once it falls into the hand, it unfolds itself. If you're looking for something greater, though, well, he seems like he's going to show you what's on the forefront. Be willing to sell any number of these blades. He has quite a few for about 2,000 GP apiece.
As Swift Hollow is musing over the daggers, Tamar is just going to sort of nonchalantly just pull out 3 darts and just pop them up onto 3 fingers. As he's just going to sit there and sort of lightly whistling to himself as he balances these 3 darts on top of his 3 fingers.
Methinks that one is also something of a mason, although not quite as trained in the craft, I suppose.
Start him young.
I see. As he would also, from the side, slide out, it looks like almost like a set of tools of sorts, like a nice folded satchel of leather, until the hand pulls the flap away from them, and you'd see a long string of small, equally silvered-looking needles, lined up ever so delicately. You'd see some of them seem to shine and glimmer greater than others as he'd move his hand across them, revealing them between sort of you and Swift Hollow and Tamar Khan. Seems like he's got his own set of specialty supplies. These things also quite easy to hide. Not quite as foldable as the last ones, but obviously small darts, easy to conceal. He actually has quite an assortment, a great number of those touched by magic, those being +1. About a considerable amount, about 50 or so of those of a greater value, a little sharper on the edge, guided by more magic, and a very small but potent supply of needles that are basically as magically charged as needles could possibly be. He has a set of +1, +2, and +3 darts, as well as some other ammunition if you want to buy those. Ammunition will be 500 for a set of 20 for +1s, 2,500 for a set of 20 of +2s, and 12,500 for a set of 20s for +3. That'd be 25 GP per +1, 125 GP +2, and 625 GP per +3. Math.
As Swift Hollow fake contemplates it, she just brings her ringed hand up to her face, up to her mouth, as if covering it, as if thinking, "Well, it's yours if you want to buy it."
May I give it a try? Sir! I like your tools. They're very well made, but how fragile are they? If once used, would they break and crumble? Would a mason go looking for tools once again once the job is done?
A single use these tools have. Once the power, once their purpose is displayed, it loses all function, becomes that of a simple tool. That which can, in the right hands, be repurposed for another go around.
You know where
She
a
also mentioned
mason.
the dagger too. Yeah, you want a dagger, buddy? Unconcealable dagger?
No, I feel I am good on such tools. But is it possible to find these smaller implements, nails and the like, something more resilient, something that would not fade in its potency, something that would be good for job after job?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Where's my persuasion roll?
Roll that button.
I'm gonna use my DM inspiration with my +0 persuasion.
Roll.
Hey, 16.
Hey. Hmm. This one may not know the talk, but he certainly knows how to handle those tools. Perhaps. As he will pull out not a satchel from underneath not his desk, but his belongings, but actually from within his robe itself, a small box of sorts that as he slides them out, you'd see small, about 10 or so in total, tiny little needles, almost like those you'd expect for like acupuncture, until he rolls them in his hands, and you can see immediately as he does, from where they once were peeking out just barely from one edge of his grasp, they seem to extend out to their full size. These would get any job done. Keep their distance. Hide from eyes who might wish to covet and take. And after they work their purpose, they maintain their use. As he would pull out his own personal set of folding darts. They're +1s, they have reuse to them, and of course they give you advantage on sleight of hand checks to hide them, as they are very, very small. Or at least can be very, very small when stored. They, for a full set, will cost you about 2,000. Or 10. Money.
Damn, we just went shopping too.
I know,
Do
right?
you need to give me an IOU, Brendan?
No.
Okay.
I am very particular about my tools. I do not like to lose them, but that means that I do not need so many. How about 5?
5 for half the price.
Yes.
That seems doable. I get to keep my tools.
Wonderful.
5 of these, again, as they leave his hand, they become these tiny little needles, almost of a familiar size to you.
Sort of roll them between my finger and thumb. Wonderful. Thank you for doing business with these Mesa. Might give him 1,000 goldo.
All right, takes it into one large stack, and again, he puts his hand on it, pulls it towards himself, and his hand lifts off the table, and the gold's already gone. Okay.
Swift Hollow walks away.
Before, I do not know if this is possible, but a mason needs one larger tool. A very large thing made of wood and string. Something to send a larger nail at a greater distance. But it is so hard to carry such a thing around with oneself. It draws attention. Someone knows you are a mason simply through looking. Is there something like these? Something that folds, something that hides away, but still can fire a very large arrow quite far as one can see. As I sort of nonchalantly just sort of point to the longbow on the back.
As he sort of looks you up and down, Tamar Khan. I would normally not share such things, but you seem, although simple, like a creature who knows the craft quite well. Very well. I do not possess such an artifact, but I do know one within this tunnel who does. He holds it quite dear and would be willing to part with it for the right coin. He holds it as a keepsake, more so than he would as a weapon. Seek at the heart of this Rouge Bellows, the Kingpin Ranulphane. He will likely be willing to make a deal if you can speak the right language.
Interesting. I'm afraid his mason is short on time today, other jobs to be done. But I will keep this man in mind. Thank you for your time.
I say, would just roll his sleeved hands across the surface of his desk or whatever is before him, this large slab of stone. And again, any of the objects seem to just disappear as he pulls him back to his person and sort of ushers you guys to leave.
So I sort of turn around and catch up to Swift Hollow. Looks like she's sort of eager to leave already.
No. Oh, I mean, I was leaving because I thought we were done, but I guess we
Yeah.
weren't. Yeah, she was sticking around. She was like sticking around until.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Is that what it sounds like?
What do you mean?
You adapt quickly, but you don't know enough. It's like hearing a dwarf speak Elvish.
I have to admit, I invited you out here for a different purpose. I wanted to watch you work. A thing that you can get up to. It is an entire different side of this world that I have not got to see very much of. It seems like I might need to speak the language to see it, though. I very much thank you for taking me along. It's very informative.
With Hollow wiggles her fingers. You weren't looking close enough. The talking is one part, but the universal is the hands. I suppose you didn't see it, but as I was talking, I motioned to my daggers.
Oh?
That's how he knew.
Interesting.
The talking is a guise. The hand movements are universal. It would take a while for me to teach it all, though. More than a night.
Of course, of course. It was a wonderful night. Thank you, Shiftaro.
You're not going to seek that kingpin?
Oh, in time, most likely. It seems very interesting, and it seems like something that might be very useful in the days ahead. But I have to ask you a question as I sort of eye back and forth to make sure that nobody's around, nobody's watching or listening. As I sort of bring the ring up to my face. Do you know, in such places, is there honor among thieves? Would they side with one another if something went missing?
You'll have to find that out for yourself.
Fair enough. So shall we return before they discover our absence?
I want to do a bit more shopping here. You can return if you'd like.
No, no. You mentioned how I needed to learn. So let me learn. Unless for you wish for my absence, and I would be so hurt.
It matters not.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Yes, with Hollow would be on the hunt for more poison.
Sure. you'd easily be able to find it. You know that after spending some
So
time on
many
Iroka.
poison vendors.
Oh yeah, you know that the drow, especially in parts where they're far away from the sun, they can brew and concoct some of the most dangerous and potent of tonics. You definitely find a couple of vendors, actually separate ones, not just one single individual. I'd say roll me a roll me either a straight charisma roll or a charisma check using your poisoner's kit. See if you can schmooze out finding the best person. Hey, right on the money. Right on the money. Good shit. As yeah, easily enough, you'd find a pretty decent vendor. It looks like a woman actually, dark skin, no hair. It looks like what would be scars going down from the sides of her eyes around to the back of her head, or actually like it looks like someone had taken a quill and carved like looks like something in Elvish, the same text as Elvish, but seems to be almost twisted or contorted, something that sort of distorts the actual meaning itself around the back of her head. She seems to have it looks like a long pendant with a dark onyx spider that seems to stick its claws into her chest, or it actually connects. She would sort of invite you in if you showed interest in the use of tonics, and it seems like she has quite a few things in her supplies. A lot of looks like serpents, weird lizards, subterranean creatures that seem to be somewhat translucent, but in their mouths you can see through their skin, folded up fangs, folded inside. Seems like they have quite an assortment of general poisons as well as a specialty that have a hard to find known as the Widow's Bite, something that you've learned in Roka is something of a specialty of the Drow. Very potent at not only sort of taking away the strength of your enemy, but also in stronger doses can actually knock them unconscious without actually harming them. Same thing with that of having a large collection of giant spider poison. Very similar, a little bit more accessible than Widow's Bite. Seem to do some extra damage, can actually harm them a little bit, but the harm will actually be non-lethal. If you were to strike someone with a dose of giant spider poison, it would actually render them unconscious and paralyzed afterwards. Good for taking people down without having to harm them or kill them, even with the use of arrows. Is there anything you're looking for in particular, or just looking at the specialties? Because those are the specialties.
More wyvern poison would be nice.
Ooh, unfortunately, they don't seem to have any down here. It'd be
Darn.
really hard to get because they come from mountainous, high-reaching places. Found it in Roka because there's mountains all around. Wyverns, although very rare in this world, more accessible. Here, deep in the forest, not so much.
Alright, spider poison it is. And
All
also
right.
a lot of general use. I have lots of money to burn. It's
Sure.
not like I'm using this magic item.
Spider poison would cost you about 200 GP per vial. Does the following feature. So for currently, as its natural spider poison has a DC 11 save, does 2d8 damage on failure, and if that damage, whatever reason, if the attack itself reduces them to 0 while they're affected by this, they're reduced to unconscious rather than die. Good to shoot people with bows and crossbows and the like, to not render someone unconscious without having to kill them. It's 200 GP per vial, and if you're looking for anything else, otherwise, they have basically anything that you'd expect to find at a store. You'd expect them to have things like assassin's blood. They have some essence of ether they're willing to sell. That like pale tincture as well. Anything you're particularly looking for, or just whatever?
Maybe superior poison?
Yeah, they have some.
Greater and superior poisons?
They would have a couple of supremes as well. This place makes some quite potent poisons underground. A lot of it's crafted. One thing they really gathered it from are spiders and a couple snakes as well.
So I thought I liked making her own poison, but she is loath to admit she doesn't have much time.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I will send the list. I buy poison.
Gotcha. You buy poison.
Asterisk.
As
All
Tamar
right.
Khan watches in the background, sort of seeing exactly how Swift Hollow sort of converses, now a bit more aware of the sort of formality these two individuals seem to share with their careful, quiet talking and the very subtle shifting of their hands, motioning. Seems like there's two conversations going on at once. All right.
Yeah, after buying it, she'll head back. Alright, I'm done. Let's go.
And try to remember what I bought during our normal shopping trip we did between sessions.
Most of it should be crossed out if it's already been bought on the list. We'll hammer that out afterwards. As
Yeehaw.
there's nothing else you guys want to particularly do tonight, night would come to the city of Inalin, and soon morning would rise. The valiant vanguard would be awoken by the sound of, it seems almost like bells, but truly not the sound of brass bells being rung as they would in normal human society. The sound of sort of these magical crystals sort of coming to life as the city of Inalin has long since been awake. The elven societies seldom have much sleep, maybe just a few hours of rest in between sort of these working ages. But once the sun rises up, it seems as if a lot of these crystals suddenly release and discharge with a moment of power that hums like a soft ring of a crystal bell across the entire city, sort of marking the morning. As you guys would be roused from your sleep, is there anything you guys want to particularly do today? It sounds like some of you have some planning to do. What's Persephone up to? Seems like she's got some stuff on her plate.
Yeah, well, before I went to bed, I wanted to put a gust of wind and a detect magic into my little stone of reserve. 'Cause
Okay.
I've got that floating around. And seems like I might be shuffling through spells as we learn more. But Persephone is going to get up a bit early and meet with an old friend, approaching the crystal tree that she hasn't seen in quite some time.
Indeed. Yeah, the guards around would definitely recognize you as you'd approach, unless you're bringing someone with you. You go by yourself.
I intended on going by myself. If I run into like one of my friends, I'll let them tag along.
Sure. You guys like meeting up in the morning to do anything? You guys like gathering together to sort of convey what you're up to today, or are you sort of just scattering like spiders?
Did we find my
Did you what?
Find your what?
son?
You did find your son. It seems like he found himself
Nope.
a room next to Gizmo at the actual Moon Falls Inn down at the Hardstone district. But it seems like he sort of gathered himself, and then after the evening went on, would have spent some time looking for you guys. Was actually found, it seemed, by a group of guards who were very concerned about his well-being. People he didn't actually get to meet in time, and then eventually was actually ushered back to the Emerald Chateau, where he would have reunited with you guys. Seems like Bran's got a little taste of the Elven City, and he's a little intimidated by it. Everyone is so cleaned up and proper. Even the non-nobility seems they almost act like the nobility back where he's from, and he doesn't know how to really stand or how to suit himself around this area. He's just sort of assuming proper knight training, like what Kuldor taught him. Sort of trying to mind his manners and stand at attention. But not really sure what to do with himself. What do I do with my hands, kind of thing.
As long as he's safe.
He is safe, and he's staying with you guys now if you guys offer him one of your rooms. But yeah.
Finally start, the only thing I do after everything from yesterday, after we find Bran, is I finally start reading into my Elminster's book collection.
Nice. Just
Finally
cracking it open,
that
finally.
Yeah. Because I had it
Nice.
for a while now, but I haven't really had time to sort of sit down and get my mind off of mostly desert shit. And we're really far away from there, and Samantha can sort of distract herself with the ambience of this situation and just having some time. So I just finally start cracking into that.
Sure. Yep. Just spending some time. You're gonna be doing the most of that for most of the day. It seems like the plan.
If it seems really interesting, or if it seems really like sort of, it can be like dry. If it's reminiscent of Tenzin, she'll spend a decent amount of time going into it. But if it seems somehow drier and less enthusiastic than even Tenzin, then she'll probably just only read it during the night. But unless she's doing something otherwise during her long rest but still awake time, that's usually when she'll be reading it.
Gotcha. Sure.
But yeah, she makes herself available if anyone wants her for anything. And I think... Did we actually have a meeting as a party? I don't think we've had like a...
That's what I'm asking you guys.
No.
Like, do you guys start
Yeah,
the
we
morning
have-
with, "Hey guys, what are we doing?"
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
great question.
Or is it like, "Bye"?
Yeah, do we like meet up at breakfast, or are we
Yeah,
just
I'm assuming I
scattering?
wake up and wait for somebody to tell me what the hell we're doing, because somebody has no idea. We're just here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys had some
okay.
secret conversations the day before, so I figured
Yeah, okay,
converging.
cool.
Yeah, you know
So
what?
considering
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
and considering the fact
Let's all
that
have breakfast.
Let's talk,
yeah,
guys.
considering the fact that I don't sleep,
Everybody's gone. Like, Okay.
Is it?
We just leave
Yeah.
Tamar Khan into his room.
It's like going to
Uh,
Disney World, but everyone goes without you, and you're stuck in your hotel room. Like,
I
oh,
try
no.
I try to acquire a decent sort of continental elven breakfast and have it brought to my room, and then just sort of go about telling everyone to gather up once they sort of get up and come to our room for a private meeting, so that we're not talking in front of anyone
Meeting in
else.
Persephone's room.
Wait, is it
Sure.
in Persephone's
Small
room or
darling.
is it Samantha's room?
And my room
or...
has the breakfast in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would have probably had breakfast like 4 hours before you woke up.
I don't go to sleep.
Well, that's true. What time did you get breakfast ready?
Breakfast is probably made. I mean, it's also you're at a palace as far as making breakfast. You don't go to the
Yeah.
buffet and set up your meal. It's made for you. But yeah, breakfast would be served probably about like 8 o'clock in the morning. They sort of maintain the same sort of again. Once the bell is rung, it sort of seems that the city sort of comes to life, and that's usually sort of celebrating everyone coming to. If you're in your trance, it's usually the time that everyone's sort of back on their feet, ready to move. So yeah, probably like 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun's been risen in the air for a little bit. Everyone's had their plenty of rest, and yeah, there'd be a bit of a banquet laid out. Father wouldn't be there, mother would be there, and Rael would be there briefly, but he'd have to
I
leave.
I would have used my courtier
Oh.
skills because
Mm.
obviously I know the paths that servants use, being a member of the court and not a high-standing member of the court. I would go and find my way into the kitchen and ask that they make several very sweet concoctions for breakfast, like pastries and danishes and such, because I know Samantha.
All right. They can certainly do that. You are a guest of the Lady Valora. They can accompany your needs. It seems like it's been quite some time since a special order was made, actually, in the kitchen. Things have been quite sort of basic as they were sort of building up towards the wedding, but it seems like, yeah, they need to flex some of their creativity before the wedding starts. So they'd be willing to make plenty of sweets. Yeah, you guys are having breakfast about 8 o'clock. You can definitely take it and leave. They're not going to stop you, but some of the hands would probably give you a strange look. But it doesn't seem to be super uncommon. Perhaps one of the lords, either the father or the son, frequently takes his meals to his room. Although as a guest, a little strange, but they won't stop you. You're guests.
Gather in whichever room is largest and can accommodate all of us.
Let's assume
along between.
Persephone's.
I would assume
Okay,
Persephone's
Yeah, I would
room is the
assume mine.
largest.
Sure. And what's your room look like, Persephone? What's your childhood room look like with all your new friends inside of it?
God.
Yeah, what posters are on the wall?
How many body pillows are there?
Really into the Backstreet Boys. Wow.
Why are their lips all weird and discolored? That's odd.
I feel like if any group is gonna have pop bands, it's gonna be elves.
Yeah.
Persephone's room
Yeah.
is. It's very lively with flowers and vines going through it, almost like she had started a garden of sorts that was growing in through her window. And in the morning, as the sun rises, it hits these hanging crystals just so right, so rainbow starts reflecting all along the floor. Very reminiscent of what her little bubble looks like when we go for a long rest, and it illuminates the area around them, and it's glittering and shining and reflecting all these pastel colors. It's almost like walking into said bubble within her room.
Aw.
Yeah, very, very lovely, very elven, very magical. Little fae, as Perse describes it.
Have a chance to not be the way that you are. Nothing.
I was expecting more
Persephone.
pink.
Pink is nice.
Oh.
I should decorate with more pink.
Close up the book that I'm reading and tuck it away. So we had quite the adventure last night, searching all over the city for Bran. Well thought of, Luna. Well thought of. But were you able to learn anything with the time given to you, Persephone?
I was. I know what Queen Titania wants from Rael.
Huh. Good. What is it?
Well, it's very Faye. She wants the love of a true noble heart. Which I'd have to admit Rael does have.
Of
Fucking
course,
stupid.
in Fey
Paints a
fashion,
picture
That's it.
for the Fae. If what she
Yes.
covets most highly is a true noble heart.
Well, Rael's never seen her. They've talked a couple of times through the gate, but it's just a voice. She sounds young, he said, and the way that she talks is almost childlike. Considering that she's supposed to be this ancient type of matron of summer, it's. I don't know what to make of it.
You should be lying.
perhaps she's naive.
Maybe. I.
Not even but dangerous.
Oh, how the tables have turned for you, hasn't it, Persephone?
What?
As a small twinge of a grin spreads on Twital's face. Now you're concerned about someone else thinking that they're too young and naive.
Oh, it's not young. She just sounds young. I mean, I know firsthand what it's like when you sound young and you're actually totally an adult, and everybody still confuses you as being somebody that's young. So maybe it's like that, but
You're very handy. You can get away with a lot of things if everyone thinks you are a child.
So maybe she's like you.
Maybe. But if that's the only thing that she wants in exchange for granting Illyria a whole lot of power. And after having the night to think about it, the situation's a little more complicated. I mean, originally I thought this was just stop my brother from getting married because my father is very overbearing and is controlling his life, but it also looks like this is kind of a matter of
Geopolitical struggle.
yes. The council's supporting it. Illyria is weakened after the Civil War. I think they're afraid of the potential that they might get attacked. So they're using this as a way to boost their defenses, and that's a little harder to take away
I mean,
without
honestly,
creating more problems on my family.
90% certain that the rest of the council is okay with it because they're under her influence. It's like your uncle.
And that's another thing. They might be under her influence, so they're enchanted by her, and that's really unfortunate considering elves aren't supposed to be easily susceptible to enchantments. But I mean, it's happened, so Persephone just kind of glances over, turns her head over to Quill when she says that. It's
You
unfortunate.
It does indeed
don't
happen.
have to depend on magic to charm someone. Trust me on that. No one is immune to words. Promises given, deals made. Have to follow through with them half the time. But it seems like everyone is convinced this Fey Lord, this Archfey, will, granting Illyria a host of power and benefits, bringing them back onto the world stage renewed. All in exchange for one little, at the time, half-elf, barely a footnote in this nation's memory. Illyria is coming out quite ahead, it sounds. Do you have any ideas of how to not have that happen? Come on, raising your hand, so polite.
You
It's
have
quite
idea?
simple, yes? She wants
Oh.
a noble heart.
Oh,
We the brother. We beat the nobility out of him with a good night on the town. Yes? What is a little bit of mud if what she wants is something clean?
No, stop.
Oh,
No?
remove
Really
the
sad.
What I
nobility.
said, you are no fun!
That is a good idea. Corruption is always more interesting than it's given credit.
I
don't know if you guys know.
joke, Persephone.
Oh no,
You could do that
it's not
here
shock.
in Illyria. But you know
Persephone,
what?
this is your family. What is your suggestion?
Well, that's. I thought it would have been so easy. You know, come here and try to cancel the wedding. I don't know. The easiest thing, and probably the worst idea, would be maybe break the portal. But.
You think breaking the
Again.
portal would be easy?
I think
Even
they would
if
just
it
build
isn't,
another.
and even if they could, there's a problem when you have something that is powerful and full of magic and made to hold that magic at bay. Breaking it can be disastrous.
That's true, and
It's
wanna stop
built
this
into your
wedding.
house, actually.
yeah, I need to stop this wedding from happening. But I need to do it in a way that isn't going to stain my family's reputation further than how my aunt's already done it. This is something that's supposed to benefit Illyria. If I ruin this, if I have no way of stopping this wedding and appeasing the council, Inolin can quickly fall out of favor with the rest of the Eternal Oath.
But there's
Maintain
more.
power dynamic. There's other cities, I believe you're referring to when it comes to the Eternal Oath. This is but one of.
Mm-hmm.
Was it
I
7?
thought this was like the center.
I actually
that
managed to
Luna?
fucking remember that. Oh, nice.
I thought this was the center of whatever structure the Elvish Kingdom is.
No, we're actually the capital, Ronin, is just on the other side of the mountains. Like, right, there are two mountain paths that kind of encircle each other, and hidden between them is Ronin, the capital. We're just. Inolin's placement and our magical strength was coincidence? Fate? The stories make it sound like it was fate. I mean, my great-grandmother was lucky when she found this spot and was given the crystal seed, which is how we got the Zendolorata. It was very fortunate, and she took advantage of it, and that's how Inolin rose in power within Illyria. But that doesn't stop the Eternal Oath from wanting to control it for themselves if those in power continue to, well, ruin Illyria.
Yes. It'd be 2 for 2 for this poor city if your father were to be undone by his half-elf daughter. Oh, I can hear the gossip already. It would not be pretty.
Yeah.
How about this for
So-
Stephanie?
Hmm?
If they can speak to Titania,
Titania.
Titania, well, we just see if you can talk to her. Say, hey, you're going to be my new sister-in-law. I want to get to know you. Let's go get our nails done or something or another. I don't know what people do.
That's true. We might need to power the gate for that. And so far, the only one that really knows how to do that is Father.
Hold
Well,
that thought. Hold that thought. What were you going to say, Quildor?
Well, it seems as if we cannot destroy this portal. We cannot have it come from your family, Persephone, to break off this wedding. Process of elimination leaves only one choice. We
Bran!
will take the queen
You must
back
seduce the
out.
brother.
We will not seduce the brother.
That just
Oh, is that
goes
not
back-
what you were doing with
that
that?
goes
Oh, I'm
back into
sorry.
your corruption
I
idea,
thought-
Tamar. I think
okay,
we
never
sh-
mind. I
think
thought-
that's
I
off
thought
the
for
table.
sure.
I don't think Persephone
I haven't
wants to
even
take
met
it.
him yet.
Maybe next time.
The love at first sight! It is perfect.
We must make the queen back out of the wedding.
Queen
Leverage
Titania.
the mother.
No,
Which queen?
the Fae.
Ah,
The fake queen.
Yes, I mean, if she reneges on the entire deal, it's not a fault of your father, unless, of course, it comes out that it's because
Yeah,
of a
unless they
choice he
trace
made.
Yeah, unless they trace it back to me, convincing her to cancel the wedding, then that still looks bad. But I feel like that's something we can work with a little more easily than the other options we have at hand. And that would probably require us still to power the gate.
Well,
Seems like your best option is to offer her something else.
Why don't you marry her?
what do we need to power the gate? A key, correct? And something else?
A word. Father knows it.
Well,
Rail's heard him kind of speak it, and he thinks it's in Sylvan, but Rail doesn't speak Sylvan, so he's not really sure what it is.
I
I
don't
guess the
think getting the
combination of
key
both
would
that-
be a problem.
Well, it would be, because it's an artifact that's been around since the beginning of the council for thousands of years.
As I
I
look
also
over at
think getting that-
Temarcon.
It's called practically unstealable. It would be an impossibility.
You're saying that
Okay.
you couldn't do it.
That's sarcasm. The
Well,
key is
still-
one thing, the word is another.
I'm not throwing away the key idea.
What was that? You're
I'm
quite
just
hard to
worried
hear.
that stealing the key is also part of the worst case
People have
scenario. My family
misplaced
gets
things in
exiled.
the past. It happens.
Huh? Not my father. Absolutely not my father, and not with something that
Seems like
He's
a
important.
the
big
only
things in
one
this
that
place.
has the key.
I presume so. But there's got to be other ways we can power the gate. I mean, the Archfade's kids, the Lacerin, he's been coming through, and the Melancholy Prince. He's like a messenger. He has to go to and from the Fae and the Prime all the time. So they have a way of powering the gate, right?
Unless they
your
just
father
wait
is
for
doing
your
it.
father to do it.
I mean, we could go and talk to them. Maybe
Yes.
they do have another way. And then if I could get to the gate, I could try and identify it, see if I could figure something out about it. But
Okay.
So,
So
looks
power
like
the
our
gate,
current course
to
of
the Fae.
action is investigate the gate itself and ascertain how it is the other wonderful little Fey Lords are going back and forth between this realm and theirs. All with the intention of perhaps, it seems, offering this queen something else, or getting her to agree to not marry your brother in some way, shape, or form, something in that realm.
How about the intention is we just want to meet her before the
Sure.
wedding?
I do want to know something. Is the status, it seems the status of your family and the reputation of Illyria is quite important to you, Persephone. It's more of my snake sort of focus in on you, giving you more of my attention. But what of your nation as a whole? Have an attachment to it? Do you care what has happened centuries ago and what will come to pass centuries from now when you're no longer here?
Well, yeah. Illyria's my home. I want to help Rail, but I don't want to do it if it's going to cost the entire Elven nation what it has.
Well, navigating politics and structuring agreements is something I am quite talented at. I will keep that in mind as I think and ruminate on what is to come. So
Okay.
you don't find yourself shortchanged at the end of it all. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think... Yeah, we'll investigate the gate. Talk to the Fey nobles that are currently here. Lacerin is cooped up somewhere, wherever they're keeping him, and then I think his sister is around. And maybe... Persephone, goes over to her window that overlooks the central area of the district and stares out at the tree. Maybe there's someone else we can talk to. I can talk to.
The teacher of yours.
No. The Zendalurada. It's powering not just inland, but it powers the gate. And even though Father says the council has taken all the necessary precautions, I am not really convinced that the amount of power used to open the gate is good for it.
Didn't you talk to plant life before? That crystalline tree is actually a tree.
Yes, it was.
I
5,000
thought it
years
was a
ago,
big glowing rock.
No, 5,000 years ago, my great-great-grandmother Thea was able to take this seed, this crystal seed, and plant it here when she started Inulin. And it grew. Actually, it grew.
Gardening does run in the family.
You sure it can't burn down?
Well, it's made of crystal, so I don't really think fire is going to hurt it too much. But considering it is actually a tree, I might be able to talk with it with my magic. Like I talk to every other tree that I've spoken to.
Seems like a
And
good
who knows?
idea as any.
Maybe she's overheard some conversations that nobody else has overheard. The trees get to eavesdrop. It's a lot of fun.
So we have the tree to talk to, the two fays, a gate to investigate. Anything else?
It's a highly doubt I'm going to be able to get close enough to the gate for long enough for me to identify it without one of those people getting angry at me. I'm going to go spend some time in the library.
Research. As
In
Persephone
fact-
points at Luna.
You know where the gate is. It's simply hidden behind an illusion. You could
Well,
be invisible.
we weren't supposed to know where it was, is the point.
I can make it so it seems like we don't. I can make Luna invisible.
It goes away when you cast a spell, right?
That's what happened to me.
You actually cast the spell, yes. Cool.
I did not catch that first part.
Yeah, you were quiet.
Oh,
Too quiet to pick up on.
I'm ruminating in my big arcana brain whether or not invisibility would fall away as you began a ritual, as opposed to just starting the casting of a spell.
I'd rule probably it would go away once the spell is cast. So once you poof identify it, there's Luna.
Okay, I mean, I have tons of spell slots. I mean, if I go with you, it's doable. It'd be a brief 6 or so second window, we'd be pretty visible, but if there's no one there, it would work out. It's all a matter of timing, darling. But sure, bury your face in the books for now.
Are
Don't
we sure
cross
that
it
they
off.
don't have any sort of alarms for magic or invisible people? This seems
No.
like the type of place that they would have such a thing.
Well, that was
They
what the illusion was
don't.
meant for. Was to keep out civilians and the like. I also wouldn't be surprised if they don't think we're really all as capable as we say we are. Adventuring is a very well-respected profession in Mobia, but in Illyria, it's kind of like a hobby. It's like something you do for fun when you're young, and then you stop.
A 5-summer vacation. If there is magic, I can look into it with my eyes and see if it is there.
I can go and speak with the Fae.
Actually, I might not be able to do that anymore. Dab.
Unless you ate a diamond.
Did
Did you buy that big diamond?
Tamar Khan?
Yes?
Or maybe Swift Hollow. Either one of you, do you have any big plans today? Because I have a favor.
There was a craftsman that said he could enchant some things with some peculiar magic. I wanted to look into it. He said it would take a while, so I did not take the chance yesterday. But he's not important. What do
I
you
have
need?
brought my craftsman to visit, but yes, what is the nature of the favor?
One of two things. I don't actually know what this artifact is. So we can say if we need the key, I don't know what the key is. So either figure that out, and I want someone to trail my father. Figure out what his schedule's looking like these days.
quite good at learning of
I got
someone.
an infiltrator.
I could do this.
Which one?
I'll take the
Follow
first one
my.
then.
What?
Doing
So
what?
tell us when
Follow
you
will
figure out what the
take
thing
the
is.
first
I will
task.
follow the father.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds good.
What the? Oh, I do have to say something. There's
Uh-oh.
a little worm in the back of your all's minds. The Feywilds. Some things do not work exactly what you might expect. I'm sure we all think Titania. She is probably a conniving queen, powerful, wise, intellectual, scheming with her wiles. It may be the opposite. As you said, she simply may be a child. They want have a man with pure heart to marry him, to rejoin kingdoms, to rule over years. It is like a fairy tale. It is
Yes.
very possibly it is simply the wilds of a child. But that is why I mentioned before. If it is such a thing, if Lord is not just a thing in name, it would mean someone, a child, having the power to do such things. And that might even be more dangerous than a conniving queen. Just an idea.
Could children in the Fae have children? Because is she not a mother of both of the Fae that are here right now?
I do not know this Titania, and to be a mother, to be a child, can be all sorts of things within the wild.
It may not work the same way that it does here. I mean, when I told Edisov about Nemenes and how he's the son of this queen of air and darkness who didn't have a physical form, I guess he seemed interested. So if the essence of that can have a physical child, the Feywild is life. It is everything opposite of what we've dealt with in terms of like with Eric Gelner. Literally the opposite. I mean, if it can cause the trees to grow as high as mountains, and if their energy is so strong and chaotic, it can influence those around them without their knowledge, I say it's possible for them to be connected in some way, if not traditional children, just something binding them into a familial relation.
Symbolic motherhood, if you will.
Yeah.
Multiple forms that sort of parentage could take up. Something
It's very
similar.
possible that she is 1 or 2,000 years of age, but still a child at that.
Yes, exactly.
If Omen is just a horrible person, if that's the fact.
Omen is a wonderful
No.
person.
No.
Actually.
I do want to, later when I have time, do some research in the library myself. I want to figure out more about this deal that was struck up years ago. Because it doesn't sound like this is just something they came up with a few months ago. It sounds like this was part of an overarching agreement. Someone really got me for that is.
Elves typically don't do things in the short term. I'm sure they've had this plan for hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of years.
But that's exactly it. Rail's only like 25.
Well, it's not that hard for, no offense, Persephone, but for a high elf to sire a child if he needs to.
And my father wasn't Lord. So if this was hundreds and hundreds and hundred years in the making, it would have at least been started when Aunt Volante was the High Lady. And that's what I need to figure out. There's no way this was something that was planned when my father had first taken his role here.
Could just
There's
be
more to
horrible
this.
timing.
Just be the final steps weren't planned. It could have been contact an archfey and find out what they can offer them, and that's all they had written down. And now they have something to offer. It's simple enough. What would you have
Been
me?
on a whim.
I would be curious about this noble's heart, and why it could not have been someone before your brother. Perhaps there's something to do with his lineage? Something
They-
to perhaps look for in your research.
They couldn't reach her before. Now the veil thinning at the end of this cycle allows them to get through with lesser magics. Stephanie, what would you have me use my talents for?
Well, I don't think the council's really here, so you can't exactly talk to all of them.
No. Have you considered what role your father will play in all of this? You are truly concerned about the end stages of your family's appearances at the end of all of this. I think, as difficult as it may be, getting your father, well, on board in some way, shape, or form could make things a lot easier for us in terms of actually trying this. Not end with you being, I don't know if banished is the right word, but in a whole heap of trouble if we were to, I don't know, do this without his approval or contribution. And make sure that everything comes out square for Illyria in the end.
So you want to talk to my father about this?
It is a touchy subject to be sure. One I'll need some time to think on and some more information from what our feelers are going to be gathering today. So not immediately, but not right off the idea. Plus we don't know what the hell the word is either. If we can get him to say it for us, it makes that step a lot easier, doesn't it?
And that's why I wanted somebody to follow him. If he's the one closely monitoring the gate, I saw him when I was scrying. He was standing in front of something large and glowy. I think it might have been the gate. So maybe he goes there and he powers it from time to time. So we figure out when that is.
Your uncle has said that is how they got these other Fey nobles across.
True. And there is one person that goes to and from constantly as a messenger. Which means he has to know when he comes back, right?
Depends on the manner of coming back and what that entails. There might be another
Right.
gate, we don't know, etc., etc. Well, in that case, I can certainly see about aiding Luna in regards to research, and I am available if you have need of me.
If I learn anything new from Zendi, I'll be sure to meet you guys in the library. Zendi's the tree. I don't know if you got that.
Pastries are delightful. Why are they so...
We should... Oh, every summer they make a mixed berry cobbler, and it's delicious. It's made out of the freshly picked berries from the bushes. It's like one of my favorite seasonal delights. But yes, research, following father, figuring out where the key is, speaking to the Fey nobles, and then talking to a tree. Okay.
I guess I could talk
We
to the
can do this.
nobles.
Yes! Maybe you can find the one that's been in hiding. Maybe you can find Lysarin. Maybe both of you can talk to Lysarin. I know he liked both of you. So either would work.
He likes power. And Samantha, I don't know anyone that speaks more of power than you.
Rare find indeed. Alright, I'll keep my eyes peeled for prancing fire princes and mysterious, melancholic nobility.
What do we know of his sister?
Nothing really, it's just that she's evasive.
Well, I'll ask around. I have a way of talking with the servants in these sorts of places. They tend to know more things than most.
If she's still around, Arya is a really good friend of mine that works or had worked. I don't know if father's disposed of her, but maybe she would know.
I will seek her out.
Most of her? Does he have that inclination?
Well, it looks like a lot of the staff here had been replaced. Father's kind of always been a little paranoid when I was growing up. He's very careful and cautious, and I mean, I've known Arya since I was a child. I'd be a little sad if I found out that he fired her for some reason. But maybe my mother convinced him not to? I don't know. I haven't really seen her.
All right. Well, if there's nothing else, then, Valiant Vanguard.
Alright,
Just
Bren,
started.
let's get you a dress. We're off to see the prince.
I feel like I missed something here. I'm not. Am I actually? I don't feel like I can do that.
We are off.
No, but I mean, if you do run into Rail, I'm sure he'd like to have a conversation. You know, we're nobility, but we're still people.
Then a conversation.
Did you have
Tamar,
anything you
stop.
wanted him to do, Luna?
Seduce anyone that you don't want to seduce, Bran.
I'll do anything but that. If you need me to do anything, but
Sure,
that
read books for me.
read book.
Enjoy the city.
Yeah, I could go read books. I can go pull them off the shelf for you. But they're not like
Read
too
up-
tall, right? Don't
you
feel like
got-
climbing up too high after,
We have a carpet for that.
That's right, you do.
Do you know read Elvish?
I can't rightly say. I can read Dwarvish. That's not gonna help, is it? Can you read Dwarvish? Maybe I can find a Dwarvish book and I'll read the Dwarvish ones. You read the Elvish ones. Maybe I don't have a lot of Dwarvish books here.
A
There
dwarvish
might be
book in
some
an elven
journals.
city.
Yeah, that's
Well-
probably not right.
It's not common, but there might be some journals or anecdotes from way back when the elves and the dwarves had an alliance.
You can find something about when they were working together to fight dragons.
Maybe.
I work.
Should also maybe see if there's other things of maybe other times that the veil has weakened and such.
I'll keep my eye out. I don't really know a lot about this stuff, guys, but I'll try to find something.
It's alright, we'll have a librarian. We'll have them help us. And if they don't want to, well, too bad. So
All right.
Fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You won't burn down the library. As
All right.
starts heading out.
I have a king to go assassin. Hunt. So following the king.
All right, so Samantha and Quiller are going off looking for the Eladrin nobles somewhere in the city. You've got Tamar Khan going to stalk the Lord Kaelon, looking to see if he can decipher possibly the word or what he does while he is tending to the portal. Swift Hollow, we're going through the palace to go seek, or what exactly are you doing? You're looking for the key, right?
Yeah, holy crap, I finally get to use this. I feel it. The power of foresight. Yeah, no,
okay.
yeah. Swift Hollow, used to infiltrating noble manners of some kind, of some sorts. You know, like Quodor said, elves, well, I guess not elves, nobles have a way with hiring many servants, and it's not uncommon for one to just go unnoticed, and especially so in an elven nation where Swift Hollow is an elf, as using her infiltration expertise,
Oh god, what have I done?
donning one of her many guises that she has already set up in years past. Not something too lavish. Something just so anonymous, so faceless enough that she can just skate on by. You know, get away with a lot of things, as, yeah. calling upon that document I sent you like way back when with all my disguises. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Othello takes the guise of an elf servant girl,
All right.
seamlessly infiltrating into this noble's manor.
With it seems like a supply of both paperwork and otherwise just it seems like adornments that with a careful hand on the part of a clever rogue able to align them and reshape them to fit a more appealing and sort of unifying structure. Swifthollow recognizes some of the I guess the wear, the outfits, the demeanor as well as the behavior of the servants that serve in the Emerald Chateau, and with just a bit of her own expertise, having spent a night observing them after her little gallivant with Tamarkan. Sotelo blends in quite well. You would make maybe possibly some idle conversation with some of the actual the maids and some of the maiden hands, but otherwise they you kind of just become another face among the crowd. A couple of them might try to question like, "What was your name again?" But it sort of just falls away to the wayside as they just feel embarrassed. They can't remember your name. You've been here for so long. As yeah, look at you, Mrs. Assassin, getting to use your 9th level feature.
Yeah. As yeah,
That's
so with
actually a
Hollow.
pretty good way to actually use that. It's just make a black book of disguises.
Yeah,
Duly noted.
I
We got a lot of
very-
them.
Trying to do that shit
Yeah.
ad hoc is like, all right, well,
Yeah.
spend 7 days and do it, I guess. But
yeah.
making
We
a bunch of them ahead of time makes sense.
yeah we hashed it out. We said spend some money. You're an elf. You have 1 billion days to basically establish some disguises for yourself. Basically things that you could passively at face value say I'm this without having to jump through a bunch of hoops. Assassin, baby.
Yeah, so
All right.
Hollow
Yeah, good
gets to
shit.
work infiltrating and searching with almost pure impunity through this house, looking for that key.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna go through one at a time. We'll start with Little Miss Luna out in the library. You'd find yourself in this great, high-reaching room that spans, you'd think, maybe about 300 feet in length. It's not quite as big as the archives you'd find of the depths of Cradle Keep. It's not quite the profound library, but for a set of mansions like this, it's still quite impressive. The roof itself goes about 90 feet in height. And you can see wall to wall, there seem to be these tall, thin shelves of very small and very thin books. The elven text is not often written in great thick textbooks like you'd expect of human writing. It's often very small, very fine print with the elegant, almost cursive style that the elven language takes, and compressed into a very small number of pages. They don't particularly like to use paper for a lot of their books, so they try to save as much as they can when they have to either make them from the trees or otherwise roll scrolls. It would think like this is not quite a very large library until you'd realize truly how compact some of these shelves tend to be. And while you're within, you would actually be greeted by a small, frazzled-haired gnome, a small forest gnome with sort of like it looks like her hair had been tied up into a pair of small buns, but her hair is this wild bush of a mess. Seems to be barely contained by the ties that hold it still. She's a little soft-spoken, and she'd probably recognize you from your time within the chateau. Word has spread that Lady Valora has once again returned, and she's brought with her guests that would be probably making use of the amenities. And of course, the next day, she has you. What would you be looking for in this library, along with your friend Bran?
The first thing I'll go do before I do any research for Persephone, I'm gonna go check out those maps that Rail showed.
Indeed. As you would go through a large set of maps, ornately spread, and others sort of rolled, but kept within these strangely magically pristine scroll cases. As you open them up, the paper does not crackle or crinkle with age. It seems to be preserved within. As you would have there's at least just shy of 100 maps within this large section here. Is there anything you're looking for in particular?
Sort of, what's the word? Ordering, like alphabetical order, numerical order, management, sorting. There you go.
Okay,
Like,
so yeah.
dates or years.
Sure. There seemed to be a sort of division between the eras themselves, the earliest being that known as the Era of Ancients, the sort of dawning point of the elves and their earliest kind. in the earliest days where they were budding up from the forests and even some of the edges of the mountains, when dragons and giants ruled the world. They seem to be the oldest maps they have. Those originally not even drawn by elves, but by the sort of predecessor creatures that resided upon the world. Beyond that, there's those of the Warring Kingdom times, post the destruction of the tyrannacy of the Titanborn. Those that of when the elves and dwarves were sort of cutting and dividing the maps between themselves. There seemed to be a large section of maps just dedicated just to that, to this shifting of borders, as well as that of the Crown Wars, when the humans finally began to spread at the very center of the world and made themselves known, taking up most of the land they had since then. Is there any area you're looking for? What are we looking for? Where are eyes searching?
I look for like a map for like quite a few years ago, but not like hundreds of years ago, and just try to look towards the area that those adventurers pointed me at, that said that there was just this large empty space that they marked on a map, and I'm trying to compare it to my map where they marked.
Okay. Roll me, as it'll take some time, a history check with advantage, as you have been since studying from elven history books until this point, and so your ability to sort of identify some of the writing and the routine sort of structure of such maps you found in the books pretty well known, so you'd have a pretty good comprehensive way to sort through these things. Ooh, very well done. As indeed, it seems like because of this well-trained history you've sort of had, just by going through that history book you spent quite some time poring over, you would realize that looking through these maps, there's nothing truly listed in that spot until you get about possibly just shy of the end of the era of ancients. There's been something marked in this former area of the forest for quite some time, but it's never had a name. It's always been something of a runic symbol, something in Arcana, truly, but your understanding of Arcana is somewhat lacking. But you would notice on this map there is something of a note left behind. It's a name, but not one in common. It's a name that reads out in Elvish, known as Sidorwin. It's hard to really translate. It just seems to be an actual name within the Elvish society. It seems to be just about the spot you saw within the forest, but none of their maps seem to mark it.
I'm going to take out a piece of paper, write name down, and I'm going to try and do my best to kind of trace the symbol. My girlfriend is good at Arcana, so I'll show her later.
Okay.
And after doing that, I'm going to go start researching. I don't know how long we're going to stay on this plane, or are we plane hopping or whatever. So for like the first day, I'll focus on researching the last attempt at something like this. The marriage between a mortal and a fey creature. The one that
Gotcha.
whole storm. I'll focus on
Okay.
that today.
As I'll ask for one more history check, again, with advantage, having read through several history books, now you have a more comprehensive and hands-on way of doing it. A lot of these books are written right here and stored in the library themselves.
Then I'll ask the librarian, hey, do you have like, I don't know, like a section put off with dwarvish stuff so Brand doesn't stand there awkwardly, feeling useless?
Dwarven books? Well, perhaps. In the far back there are some, more simplistic reading. We do keep it in the Dwarven tongue. But if you wish to indulge yourself in sort of the, more common form of linguistics and literature, perhaps you could suit yourself there. Although I must advise, Dwarven history, if you wish to seek that, is quite repetitive and quite boring. It's all full of names. But I suppose different interests for different creatures.
I'll pat Brad on the shoulder. Good luck, buddy. So
Yeah. Oh, I feel like she's talking down. Okay, I'll go check this out. As you just go to a very, very small corner section that has a very short stack of, it looks like these dusty looking books. As you sort of go through
colored chairs and stools,
Mhm.
little clothes of animals.
Little bottles of looks flasks of empty. Like, oh, is this liquor? This the kids section? Nope, it's just the dwarf section. As indeed, he would probably spend some time just going through some of their apparently short stack supplies, but otherwise, yeah, you'd be researching inside. Okay, with that score, you would probably find the relatively comprehensive story. If you're looking into the similar thing that happened, you would find a similar story that you and Persephone had sort of crossed over before in the past. It seemed as though quite some time ago, even especially during the War of the Ancients, when the elves became quite desperate against their plight against the dragons, they had sought help from all across the realms. Their magic allowed them to speak beyond the land itself and through the veil. Some found their voices and responses from greater places. They claim that they've even have words shared with the heavens. Some have claimed that their words were pulled from great sources of strength that ended up becoming foul and sort of tempting and ultimately corrupting sources like that of devils, demons, and even something even further beyond. But one of them happened to be that of the Fae, something that elves have a very strong connection to. And during this time, there was an attempt. Long, long ago, when it seemed like the city of Ronin, before it was truly Ronin, was being encircled by a particularly powerful dragon. They were terrified, worried that this thing would strike at any time, when word reached that there was, during the thinning of this veil, a creature that had just bloomed into life, something that had apparently suffered a grievous, well, they say wound, but truly it was heartbreak, and sought something beyond its world, something it couldn't have. And it seemed to take the form of, well, a mortal. This immortal being that's only been truly named as the Storm Matron had tried to reach into the world and commune with one of the mortal elves that lived there. And of course, at the time, the budding Eternal Oath had taken notice. There was a union between a great and powerful being that really hoped to become one. They tried to sort of either bring it into her world, or in this case, the Eternal Oath, bring her into this world. With the power of this grand and mighty thing in Illyria, they would never have to fear dragons. They would have a weapon against them, something great and powerful. And then something went wrong. During this, they said it was supposedly on the part of the mortal. So a decision was made, an action was taken, and the union was canceled, if not destroyed. And as a result, something terrible happened. Something resulted in a great breaking. Something shattered in that union, or at least in the place of that union, and a terrible storm erupted across that central of Ronin, or what would be Ronin. A horrible magical storm spread all the way across the lands, over the mountains, and filled the forest with a surge of magical power, both of destruction and life-giving, the power of uncontrolled Fey magic. As a result, the forests of Illyria became infused with the Fae with a strong presence. It seems they always reside here, and perhaps it's what helped give the elves a stronger connection to their Fae ties. But in doing so, it also caused great destruction at the center of this nation. A city was left in wreckage, and the mortal whose heart was truly meant to belong and be given to this archfey was destroyed in the process. Sort of a tale of gambling with great powers, with trying to gain when there is uncertainty in what you could possibly lose. That's probably the most you'd find regarding this. It does, with your insight, ring eerily familiar.
We started in Ronin, right?
It seemed like it was in Ronin, at the center of the nation before, yes.
Get there. But I guess depending on how long that takes me, that would be
probably a few hours. It'd probably be like late afternoon by the time you'd gather enough information. It would, fortunately, with 13, it would take you quite some time, but you'd gather enough and within that vicinity.
My first day, I guess.
Okay, good stuff. Okay, we'll skip on down to Quildor. As what does it exactly look like when you're looking? Is there a particular Eladrin you're looking for, or is it that you're just sort of going about trying to speak to the common workers? What is your directive?
Yeah, so I'd be going to speak with the help to see if we can't find the sister or like her last known whereabouts. And then I imagine it would be that hard to find the brother. I would just look for smoke.
Yeah. With your sort of way of speaking with the common folk, your connection to them, you present yourself as a knight. You are approachable. You are kind. You are pleasant. They would quickly gravitate towards you. There has been sort of a gravity, not quite around you, but surrounding you, that does bring a bit of caution to some people. Some word has been spread of your origin, but they do approach you. They are affable, and they do mention from what they know of what they call the artful nymph is that she is a bit capricious in nature. She seldom appears as herself within the crowds, within the common folk, of which she seems to enjoy belonging in. So finding her would take basically sleuthing out someone who can blend directly into the crowds of elves. Although, if there was anything that made her stand out, it's that she enjoys a bit of playful mischief. And so, wherever you might find something missing or something misplaced in a strange position, or perhaps someone acting strange, perhaps beyond what you'd expect of their character, you might expect to find the artful nymph. And of course, Lucerne definitely is quite easily known where he is. He's apparently since escaped his confines. Not that the city could really do much to stop him. They say he's actually hanging out on the edge of the Diamondstone district in the barracks with other soldiers. It seems like he's been sort of trying to prime himself against them in one of their apparent barrack taverns. That's probably where you could find him.
Okay. Isn't Samantha coming with?
Sure, you coming with him, Samantha?
I didn't know we were
Samantha.
going for the same time, but that seems doable.
Okay, yeah. So we'd go to the barracks, and I would just keep my eyes out, just kind of walking through the city for anyone that reminds me of Tamar Khan.
Okay. Give me either a perception roll or an insight check. As you're either looking for oddities. Okay, cool. Either you guys are giving me oddities to look for, or you guys are looking for something that stands out just from your feeling. Ooh, got a little advantage on that. Let's see. For perception. Okay. Yep. With sharpened eyes, realizing what you're looking for, perhaps along the way to the barracks, you would notice that there seems to be a gathering of, I guess you would assume them to be not servants, but otherwise garden hands in the far-reaching flora that surrounds this district. It seems as if something had gone wrong. One of them is claiming that all of their tools disappeared and they had them right next to them in a moment and they just vanished, as it seemed like their supplies had simply gone missing. Shears, very delicate crystal knives used to carve and gently tend to plants without causing them too much harm and healing them in the process. These very careful tools that are very magically charged just vanished up in a moment. But the barracks still lies on the way. Do you want to steer off to do that, or you want to go to the barracks?
I'll stare off and do that.
Okay.
It's kind of I'd kind of look over the crowd and see if anyone's kind of like got a bit of a sly smile or seems a little bit more interested in how this person's reacting to the loss of their tools.
Nice. Give me an insight check.
I will. Sure, I'll use my inspiration for that one. 25.
Hey.
Very well done, Cooler. As yet, you're sort of scanning the crowd, sort of assuming you're probably an old defensive guardian stance. You're watching over their expressions, keeping yourself mostly stoic and open in eyes. As you would see, among them, there's sort of concern. There's a moment where between these normally calm elves, there is a bit of a spike of tension where one of them sort of like takes the other by her wrist and begins to accuse her, like apparently seeing her eye her things for quite some time, it probably acting out of some sort of jealousy in some sort of drama that perhaps has long outlived your stay here. But within, you would see somewhat, almost in a very hard to see manner, slightly shorter, almost you'd think Persephone-sized hand, not quite standing still or at bay, but instead just sort of like bouncing up and down on her toes, a little too, to your discerning eye, excited as opposed to shocked or appalled by the situation. Her face seems to be pretty stoic looking, matching the expression of the others, but it's her stance, her little bubbly bounce, that little bubbly bounce that seems to give her away.
I'd walk over to her and just kind of lean down towards her. That's a rather funny trick you played on him.
Sir, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, please. It's nothing more funny than watching someone lose themselves over possession and then blame somebody else for the matter.
It's really quite funny, don't you think? Hey, look at them, they get so mad. They're so calm all the time.
As she speaks, you see her almost, it's kind of terrifying at first. Her skin almost seems to melt from her face until this sort of liquid tissue becomes transparent and fades away as if it were water. As standing before you is a strange looking elf. Her skin looks like this strange cacophony of both laid and now dried, still somewhat wet though, reeds, as well as soft glittering emerald scales, like a combination of both plant life and either fish or amphibian. This long hair looks like it's made of kelp, seems to fall from her shoulders, but rather than falling flat as you'd expect in its wet nature, it just sort of falls freely and moves as if underwater. And on either side of her head, not only is there a pair of emerald-colored ears that stand on end, but above them, almost looking like horns at first until they frill out, a pair of fins that sort of flutter excitedly the moment her disguise falls, and all eyes fall upon her as you meet this, again, relatively Persephone size, only about 5 feet tall. You'd expect it to be an elf of sorts, but you've never seen an elf quite like her. Oh, you caught me, it's alright, everybody. I have them right here. You may just simply take them. I was just playing a game. Everyone was just having some fun here, alright? As these elven women immediately like pull back, appalled for a second, and you can see the sort of warm smile on her face immediately drop. Oh, I'm sorry. It was just a game.
No, it's in response to me, actually. It's fine, everyone, it's fine. I am just here to help the young lady. No need to be afraid.
Right.
Here are your tools.
Thank you, sir. Please don't play with our things anymore. They're quite expensive. How did you take those? Anyway, we'll leave her in your care as they sort of walk away disgruntled, and you see this short girl just sort of like cover her mouth. Oh, I made them upset. Oh, I shouldn't have showed my face. See, now they're thinking things about me. I don't like when they think things about me. That's why I feel more comfortable in someone else's face. I don't like them looking at me like that, like I'm different.
Everybody is a little different.
I don't like them thinking of that. It makes me stand out, and it makes me feel all the butterflies inside me. And and
she starts getting tongue-tied as she speaks until the water across her face, almost like sweat, begins to build and surround her. And she once again turns into an elf.
I just feel safer as someone else here. I just get so shy.
You know, I used to be shy a long time ago. That's why I wear this armor wherever I go. It protects me. Seems as if your disguise protects yourself. There's no shame in such things.
Really? That means a lot to me. Thank you. What should I call you?
My name is Quildor. And
Quildor.
your name?
Well, I am Calliope. I am, they call me the Artful Nymph. I am the traveler between these worlds, and I have quite very much enjoyed the way these people keep themselves in such, what is the phrase you say? They stick up the butt. They're so serious. It's fun to see them unravel a little bit, have a little fun. This one's not so much have the fun.
You know, they say that if you make an Illyrian elf extremely angry, most people's faces turn red, but I've heard that their face turns a hint of orange instead.
Really?
Yes, it's rather comical.
That's a little strange, but perhaps I've seen a lot of people get mad over the years. Did you know these people had a war? They got really mad about that.
They did. I was on the other side, which is why most people look at me strangely within the city.
Oh yeah, they probably hate you here. That's why you wear the armor, because you're so shy against them.
Yes, sure.
So, I've never actually seen you guys around here. I've never seen something like you. You are very beautiful. Can you do all of those snakes move on your head? As she just gets uncomfortably close, her eyes just sort of these big bubbles as she looks you up and down. And as she gets closer to you, Samantha, there's something familiar about the way that you realize this water sort of flows down her body and then just seems to cling to it and continuously move. It's the same magic that you've been using for quite some time. Her form, her outfit is just the product of what seems to be some sort of liquid based illusion, just constantly shifting. Same way that your own clothes seem to shift. They look so friendly. Do they have names?
The ones with the colored scales on their backs do. The others, not so much.
Oh, I see. Some of them like to keep their secrets. They like to be their own person. Don't share his name. Understand? Lots of people where I'm from don't like to share their full name. But you know, people go through names all the time. Today I'm Caleb P. Perhaps the next day I'll be somebody else. I could be someone else right now, actually.
I have gone by many names and bear many titles, but you can call me Samantha. Samantha Deus.
Samantha Deus is a very lovely name. Very, very common sounding. I like the common names. They're so simple, but they're so memorable. That's why everyone likes to get named after them. So are you here for the wedding? Wedding's not for some time. I know time passes so slow here. You just sit and wait for things to happen. You have to make your own fun. But I can help you pass the time. I know lots of fun places we can go and fun things we can do.
I'll have to take a brain check on that, but it does sound very interesting. A great way to pass the
I
time.
don't think I know what that means.
It means that she'll hit you up and do some of those fun things later.
Oh, I see. Strange thing. Rain is so fun to play, and we think we'll jump right in if there's a rain. But all right, we can do more waiting. That is okay. So am I going to jail like Lucerne? Lucerne goes to jail here all the time.
No, of course not. We are not with the gods of the city. We are actually here, like yourself, for the wedding. But
Oh, wonderful.
we come with the groom's sister, one Persephone. I think you two would thoroughly enjoy each other's company.
The groom has another sister? I heard so many things about Velora. She came back to town. Now she has another sister? This
And
family grows bigger with every day.
No, she has another name. Just as you would reinvent yourself, she has done so as well.
Oh, I think I would like this Persephone. She sounds like a lot of fun.
She is. And actually, you both have the same colored hair.
Really? See, now that's a good sign. If she has hair like mine, it moves in the air. Easy to form, easy to reshape at the same time if I don't get tired of it. Can she do the same with hers? I can show her how to do the same with hers. It might take some time. She have like 100 years to learn the secret.
I think you two will have absolutely some of the most invigorating conversations that this plane of existence has ever seen.
Now you have simply sold me on this woman. I'm very excited to meet her. She's going to be, I suppose, you have so many different names for such things. Is she going to be my mother or sister or cousin or wife? What does the words mean?
I do not know, in all honesty. Weddings and marriages confuse me.
Aunt-in-law, I believe.
Aunt-in-law. That sounds like a fun word. I will have to get used to it.
Tell me, is it true people have said that you and other Fae have been able to come and go from Illyrium at will? Is that true?
Yeah, of course, yeah. We were invited to, they're working on this portal. But the thing is, the portal is not actually all that powerful yet. You see, the beautiful Fae Queen, she's a wonderful woman. I'm sure you'll stay to meet her. You'll love to meet her. It's a little too strong to pull through a portal. They're so small, and she's so much. But we're not that much compared to her. We can kind of go through if ever is open. But honestly, I don't know use the portal. Don't tell anyone about this, but I go my own way. There's another portal outside the city. I go back and forth whenever I want. I've been everywhere in this country. I've seen so many things. It's so funny.
You are extremely talented.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Was it
Quildor.
Quildor. That is a Quildor. That's a fun word to say.
It is. Would you ever be willing to take us maybe your special way? We'd love to meet the queen before the wedding. I mean,
Really?
if you and Persephone are going to be aunt-in-law, but in all honesty, I think more like sisters, might
I
be good
love a
for her to
sister.
meet your mother beforehand, don't you think?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay, I will roll a persuasion check. Not horrible.
I don't know. They're very careful, but are you guys good at sneaking? It takes a bit of sneaking. They don't like me to leave the city, but they know I'm here. If I say I'm here and I change my face, they go looking for me. They look in the crowd and not here. But would you be missed if you were left? Because I would hate for if she is the sister of the groom. I imagine she's going to be looked for. People want to talk to her.
You want to know something really funny, Caprala?
I love funny things. Tell me.
She's been missing from the city for over a year. She's very good at sneaking out.
Apparently. Oh, I hope they don't keep like a big cage for her now that she came back. That's what you do sometimes when a pet gets away. You put them in a big cage and they never go away. But I know how to get out of cages. It's really easy. I could help her out.
Do you think your brother would want to come with us, or is he still going to try to
Ugh.
burn the tree?
I don't even want him to come with this. He is so awful. He's just blah, blah, blah. Fight the big strong thing. I'm the best. You know, there's a word I learned recently in your con. It's called compensation, and I'm beginning to understand what it means with my brother. He is a big hothead. He likes to fight. He likes to show off his strength. Like what? He's like, 4,000, 5,000 years old and he thinks he's the strongest. He's killed some dragons, sure. He's fight some big giants, sure. He's done many great things in his time, but you know, he's not very fun to be around if he's just going to talk about himself.
Did you hear what happened to him yesterday?
I heard he lit a big fire around that tree. He's been trying to do that since he's been here. It's been quite annoying.
Did you hear that somebody knocked his ass out of the tree?
I did not.
It was rather fun to watch.
Oh. Did you watch the person who did it?
I was the person who did it.
So how did you watch? Oh, I see what you did there. Wonderful. Well, I bet it quite... Well, I'd hope it humbled him, but let's be honest, he's not the type to do that.
It probably didn't.
It probably did not. No, I would not like to bring him along. He would talk about himself, he might tell other people, and he will ruin my spot. If he found my spot and he saw where I go back and forth, he'd probably try to destroy it.
Well, then most definitely he shall never find out.
No, he should stay right there and have his fun with his burning of tree.
You know, Persephone's actually talking to the great crystal tree. Perhaps you would like to meet her over there. It may take us a little while to walk that way.
I would love to meet her, but should I put on a new face? I mean, she's going to think so many things about me, and I don't even know her. Apparently, she is
going to think that you're wonderful. Trust us. You're so enthused to see the real you.
That last part is gone.
Your voice just falls right into the ether. I love it.
I said she'll love to see the real you, just as she loved to see the real me.
Now, if you want to, we can go meet her, but I will say, if you want to go through this portal, it's not a very good place to go if you're not very sneaky. It's quite out of the way, and it's a bit of a trek. It's not really in the kingdom of the silly. It's a bit out there. It takes you here and there to track through some lands where there's lots of danger, big things hide out. Easy for me. I can just go, whoop, and I can't even see me or smell me or anything.
Not to brag.
But this one,
but we have bested a dragon ourselves. If it is of tooth and claw and spell that we must fear, that is not a problem for us. It is authority. If it is the elves of this city or surrounding, keeping an eye on such places, that is a bit more problematic.
It's mostly just the land of the... How do I say this? The land of the Fae is quite dangerous. Sometimes the land itself becomes the problem, but if you're so strong you can handle it, no problem then. That'd just be a little trek. It'd be like a fun little adventure. I heard you guys like to go on adventures around here, but there's really nothing to do.
It would also be a great time for you to meet your new sister.
It would. Oh, we could bond over so many things. We could just talk about all our favorite faces to wear and all the people we like to be at different times. Well, let's go then. Come on now. Unless we get going somewhere else. We're looking for Lucerne.
No, I know where he is. We don't have to go there.
Okay, good. I don't want to talk to him.
He's a bit of a hothead.
You did mention that something to do with time being different here. You're waiting for so long. Is it different where you're from?
Oh, time goes all sorts of ways. Mostly in the way that you can stay and do one thing, eat and drink, and forever, and you'll be fine. But here you feel it. It like takes your skin and makes it sag, and things take so long to grow. Like trees here, trees have been like the way they are since I first started coming here. They're just barely growing. Everything takes so long to become more exciting.
But in the Feywild, things are
Oh,
much
things grow
quicker.
fast. You put a seed in the ground, all the life starts to go into it, and then maybe just a few days, maybe even a week, the tree's like biggest thing you ever see. Life abounds in the Feywild. This is so very exciting. Always changing.
Thing.
Well, I'll follow after you. Show me where she is. I'll prepare myself. As she'll sort of like situate herself, roll her shoulders, and just sort of focus forward. As we'll switch over to Tamar Khan. As you're sort of, what are you doing? Are you stalking out the actual glade itself, waiting for what looks like the Lord to sort of enter in, seeing sort of follow him, or what are you doing? What's your plan?
I am just sort of hopping all over the fucking place. I found a nice little neat trinket out in the market that thought I'd just have some fun with as Tamacon sort of just starts the day just sort of making a spectacle of himself, hopping around the fucking city all over the fucking place. And eventually when he starts to get sight of you know, a collection of guards or sorts, he gets a rough idea of where the king is. He'll suddenly just sort of stop his antics, just sort of disappear. It seems like just hopped off to some side of the city and just fucking disappeared. As I'll just sneak away, making a spectacle sort of away from where I think the king may be hanging out, drawing the attention of the guards to the annoying monkey man that is leaping from building to building all over the fucking place with his little ring of jumping.
Hmm.
When I figure out where the king might be, I'll sneak away to the other side of the city and then start to stalk him like the prey that he is.
What have I
Okay.
done?
You definitely notice him leaving sort of quite early in the morning after everyone starts to go about their rounds. It seems like he's been working something in his quarters until shortly after breakfast. And fortunately, your talk didn't last too long in the group because the moment you would be sort of bounding around making a scene, you would see him making his way down from the Emerald Chateau, sort of making his sort of, it looks like a lap or so up around towards the northern part. Looks like he's meeting up at part of the extended part of the chateau, meeting up with, I guess you'd only assume to be Lord Galleon, a dark-skinned elf that you met before it seems like both of them would return back up north to the glade. You'd be able to, you're trying to stalk him without being seen. I'd probably need a stealth check.
Yeah, I sort of. Whenever he stops to speak, I'll sort of a moment to pull some tricks out of my bags and start to apply a little bit of hither and thither to put on a little disguise. So if somebody does see me, they would not see Monkey Man standing there. They'd see this time just a what will my disguise be? Let's see. Just gonna stick on a fucking ball cap and just fucking be a bald motherfucker on my head and then cover up the rest with the like heavy, thick clothes to the point where I look like I gained like a good 100 pounds or so. I'm maybe stealing some clothing here and there where I go to the point where I'm so covered up in layers, it looks like you can just sort of see this bald top of the head poking out from just a pile of cloth. As I'll sneak around, watching him as this mound.
I'll ask for
a stealth check or a dexterity-based disguise kit check, or
Oh,
both
yeah.
with advantage. Either with advantage if you got both. Assuming you got both.
Both.
As you are both keeping your distance and keeping yourself sort of unseen, as well as sort of very carefully through a bit of pilfering, putting together a disguise that would make you seem relatively inconspicuous.
I'm gonna click disguise kit because I never get to. Hey, 26.
Hey, nice. As yeah, I'd say in your element, having made quite a big distraction and now sort of keeping your distance and yeah, utilizing a number of locally acquired fabrics as opposed to whatever you'd have in your disguise kit, you'd blend it a bit more to the crowds. The fine elven weaving patterns sort of blending in with the rest of them, as you can be able to
Distinct.
stalk them quite from a
That
distance.
does not match anybody in the party.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It seems quite specifically elven, like the common robes they wear in this district. Only difference being that you have the big old bald head. Yeah, able to stalk them quite quietly until you see them go behind the chateau once more, and eventually, again, walk through that veil that ripples and breaks until you see them enter in where the portal is.
Um, for now, I'm just gonna hang outside of the sort of warping magic for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't come back in like 10 minutes, I'll sneak off to one side, sort of discard my disguise, and then go in real sneaky like. But
Sure.
yeah. Sort of depends. If they're just hopping in and out, then I'll just wait for them to return. But it seems like they're hanging out. I'll see if I can get a better look inside of the
Gotcha. It would definitely seem like time begins to pass. You're sort of like on the edge, ready to sort of act the moment the veil starts to break, because there's no way of telling they're coming through until they're through. But after, again, about 10 minutes, so it seems like they're sort of spending most of their time here, at least in the early day.
Yeah, I'll sneak off to the side, away from everyone, sort of in the underbrush and things. Discard my disguise to lighten my load, and then go super sneaky, crawl my way into where the illusion is, see if I can break that barrier without getting detected. See if I can sneak a peek at what they're doing inside.
All right, very carefully, just pushing your way through the veil. I'd say even with that stealth check, you'd feel it wavering around you. It feels strange. You're like in between two layers of a film. One's trying to pull you one way, one's trying to pull the other, but you're able to maintain yourself in between just to sort of peek your head inside. And yeah, you'd see off in the distance through that there's now somewhat shadowy and darkened area. You'd see the babbling brook that runs up to the flat side of the mountain, as well as the tall, looks like would have been the base of a tree where that large portal stands. A soft light. It seems like now an etching of runes have now begun to glow, and within its center, you see sort of a soft, I guess, budding of a light, like energy starting to course inside. As yeah, you'd be
Also,
hearing.
before I
Oh,
call upon a little bit of magic, a little bit of protection from Ressus, from all things that would assail him in his world. A little protection from good and evil. To protect myself a little bit from the Fae, if there is Fae magic lingering about.
nice. As you would feel the air, even here, is somewhat charged with that magical feeling, but you're able to coat yourself in this protective field, and you feel it sort of pull away from you. Then, not the field itself, but the crackling electrical feeling. As it seems like whatever would be around you, you do have a slight protection from, but nothing that's truly assailing you at this moment. Just a presence.
Yeah.
But yeah, inside you would see it looks like the two men, as well as now somehow maybe they were always here this whole time. It looks like a few other robed elves whose hands seem to be adorned and what look to be looks like chains of sorts, but they're really bound with these runes upon them, trying to sort of conjure or pull magic from and around this portal. As you can hear the sort of soft humming of words, as they're really just trying to, looks like, pull magic from the ground up into the portal itself. Are you just observing something from about them, or what are you specifically doing while you're peeking at them?
I'm just mostly watching her father, if there's any. Because it's basically just father and uncle dude.
Father, uncle, dude, and like four sort of obscure looking dudes in robes.
But
Probably
nobody
elves.
stands out. Just
Yep.
seem to be protectors or something.
Roll me a perception check. Yep, you'd be able to tell that the people in the robes are obviously elves, but it does look like they're within their robes. You can see those chains with runes upon them. It's kind of strange for elves to use chains. Realize that they're sort of. It looks like they're sort of clad head to toe within the robes, and it looks to be pieces of parchment and the like. It looks like these men are quite well armed, not armed, I suppose, but really, I guess, carrying plenty of magical supplies that now, at least with some of the empty spots upon them, seem to be dwindling. It looks like they've been going through some of their supplies quite readily and are running low. And it seems like, yeah, they seem like just elven mages of sorts. Definitely not quite as simply dressed as here you'd find in Inland. They look like they're probably from another nation or another settlement, probably another city, possibly Ronin, the capital.
Yeah. Then yeah, depending on how long I'm here, I'm gauging their abilities over the next however many long minutes it takes. First, father, then uncle, and then just one of these mages. If I've got 30 minutes of them farting about in here.
Okay. Let's see, 30. Yeah, so you're going after Uncle for Overlord Galleon?
Father first.
Oh, Father first. Sure. What exactly are you trying to gauge from him, as you would have plenty of time to do it from your sneaky spot?
Yeah. I gotta remember all the things that I can do. Boons. Oh, no, where are you?
Assuming it's like hit
Challenge.
points, class levels, AC, all of it in comparison to your own. You're
Yeah.
sizing them up.
Just first off, the overall gauge of seeing him sort of mess around with this magic, see what kind of magic himself is capable of. See, compared to the powerful magicians I've seen in the past, in the last month or so, how many class ups this motherfucker?
Let's see. In total, it's compared to your own, right? Yeah, and compared to your own, inferior or lesser, he seems like he's about on your level, though it seems like there is a gauge higher than you, if only a few moments higher. It seems like this man has been around for quite some time. He's quite reserved and doesn't really seem to express his power much, but from just observing him work the magic of the portal, it seems as if he has quite a high potential, some sort of proficiency within him that takes him at a higher level than yourself.
Okay.
Old
And
lived elf.
just see if he's got any like magical enchantments or anything upon him. Just look, see if his AC is close to mine or not. And right now, I don't have my staff out or anything since I'm just sneaking. So my AC's a 19, I think. 20.
Yeah.
My staff.
Your defenses, a lot of yours come from just your instincts, your ability to perceive a threat or incite a threat and react quite quickly. His defenses that you can sort of tell, you can see the slight shimmer of, it looks like energy running across his robes. You'd expect that with his careful grace, and he seems like he's quite graceful, he probably has sort of similar defense as to you, although a chunk of it seems to come from this actual sort of protective field. Although compared to your defenses, you think yours would probably hold up stronger.
And then, yeah, see just how tough he is. See if when he's conjuring this magic, his body is holding up, or does it actually look like it's putting a strain on him? See how much hit points this guy got. Pid.
All right. As compared to you, let's see. Haha. As in comparison, he seems like for his age and for the sort of magic he's pulling on, he's got quite a bit of resilience to him. This is a long-lived elf with some considerable proficiency to him, and so although you've never heard any tale from Persephone, he's ever seen battle, he seems like he's probably weathered himself through training. But again, compared to you, who's been out in the field and faced great threats firsthand, doesn't seem like he's quite as resilient in that regard.
Yeah, probably just the same for the other two. Of just, they got any class levels? How protected do they seem? And just how hardy do they seem?
Okay, let's see. Oh shit. Okay.
Cool.
Looking over Oath Lord Galleon, it looks like a long-lived elf. First thing, sort of comparing your own sort of set of expertise and proficiencies compared to his own, it seems like he is quite proficient. Compared to the feeling between you and Kaelan, this man has lived longer and likely seen more and done more. He seems to be a league above your own. In terms of his defenses, though, quite open. You do notice he seems to have that sort of same shimmering field around him, but perhaps it's just his attention focused on his task at hand. He seems like his defenses are a little bit lower than that of his ally, but still low compared to your own. Perhaps it's something to do with that paranoid nature that Persephone mentioned of her father. He's probably a bit more on edge and defensive. And in terms of, I guess, resilience, again, as an older lived elf, he's got quite a bit of constitution to him. He's quite resilient in his age. Still not quite compared to you, but still seems like probably compared to Kaelon, he's a little bit tougher.
And then just one of the mages.
Sure. One of the mages, where you are. There you are, lovely. Lovely little boy. Compared to you, seems like he's actually of a lower level than you. These are elves, live for a long time, practice lots of magic, but it seems like in terms of what he can do or what he can aspire to, he's not gone out in the world and done great things like you did. So, in terms of his abilities and in terms of his proficiencies and expertise, he's quite a level below you. Something probably easily handleable. One of your own allies could probably out spellcast them possibly in terms of their abilities. Same thing with their defenses as well. Seems like their defenses are almost on par with that of Lord Galleon, although it mostly comes from Lord Galleon seeming to be more focused. Still covered in what looks to be a layer of magic, although the one you're actually looking at doesn't seem to have it quite up yet. It seems like he casts it over himself actually as you guys are as you're watching them put the portal together or work on it. And in terms of ability to stand up against a punch or how many punches, seems like these guys are definitely not at all resilient. Compared to you, they are leagues below. They could probably take a few good hits and then go straight down. They are not combatants.
Gotcha. So you said Uncle had higher or lower defenses than Dado?
Uncle had lower. Dado seems pretty paranoid. He seems to be well protected, both by reflexes and it seems to be the magic he's using on himself.
Good. Then yeah, I'm just watching to see what they're doing with this portal, and if he happens to sneak in any special words that he might have tried to mumble under his breath or so. As when he tries to do such a thing, when I see it coming to the apex of conjuring forth this strange portal, hair on my body is going to start to grow, my fingers elongate, my fangs grow longer, and my ears perk up a little bit as I get advantage on my perception checks as I take on a little bit more bestial form to listen in, see if I can hear what he says.
Okay. As it seems like after about 10 more minutes of work, it seems like they're performing some sort of ritual as these mages are sort of pulling out supplies. It looks like crystals and tonics laying around the base of the portal, some of them even using to sort of etch more crystal, almost like powder, into the already runes written into the portal, sort of allowing them to glow a bit brighter. It seems like they're trying in their own way to sort of strengthen the resolve of the physical aperture of the portal itself. And as they do, both Galleon and it seems like Kaelon are speaking these sort of soft incantations in Elvish to try and pull out more magic to sort of fill and sustain the portal. And again, after some time, you can see the mages sort of run out of supplies, and it seems they're going to go retrieve some more from where they're going as Galleon goes with them. But as they're leaving, you do see, just from the edge of your vision, it looks like Kaelon has something in his hand. And he looks up at the portal, and give me a perception check.
Check. With advantage. Doesn't need it.
As your senses are focused in this moment, the quiet seems to roll over this entire glade. And you can hear just the softest whisper with your bestial ear escape his lips. It sounds almost strangely familiar from a moment ago. Thea Velora. As the portal fills with light, and you could see it begin to fill the entire circle, almost hitting an apex, and then you could see as it maintains itself, the portal itself begins to shake slightly. You can see some of the runes beginning to not spark, but to shine brighter and fade. And he begins to watch this portal come to life until He puts his hand up against it. You can see just like the veil you walk through, the air seems to pull and push. And even you, Tamarcon, begin to feel the strange electric pull in the air, a sort of turning in your stomach. Something you felt before when people start conjuring things from other planes, when Persephone summons forth her eagles or her owls. And feeling that the veil has been thinned, but here it's so great. It's so prominent that you almost feel yourself being pulled, but you're still where you are. And the next moment, he pulls his hand away, and the veil thickens again. The portal stops to glow, and the sort of wavering field at the center of this great circle vanishes as well. And he looks at his hand, and again, you can hear this soft spoken word as a bit of light fills his palm, and then you see that light sort of shoot up in the air for half a second before it vanishes. As it seems like you've heard a word that conjures forth the power of this entire portal.
How close did I get to spelling it right? Sorta.
You got enough apostrophes in there, baby? As you're just gonna be sneaking out now, Tamarcon.
Yeah, if it looks like the ritual is done as he sort of starts getting ready to leave, then I'll sneak out ahead of him to make sure that I'm not left alone in this place. Just make sure, and just sort of wait for him to reemerge, and I'll just continue sort of following him nonchalantly. Throw my disguise back on, just sort of watch where he goes for the rest of the day.
All right. As Swift Hollow. Up in the tower, you're making your way. Where exactly are you searching in this whole process? While you are within the disguise of Swift Hollow the Servant, where exactly are you looking within your scouting?
Oh, it would make sense to check the Lloyd's quarters.
Oh, seems like this room's a little bit well guarded. There is a guard standing on either side. They do see you approach, and as they do, they would sort of not stop you, but they would try to get your attention, asking, did you have business in the High Lord's chambers? He often doesn't allow servants within without special permission or occasion, as he is quite, as Persephone described, a paranoid man.
I'm overthinking it. There's so many consequences to this.
Mm-hmm. High Lord's chambers,
means-
just walking in.
Yep.
Tyra,
because-
I believe in you.
Stab.
Yeah, because it's not as simple as me lying, because now it's like, hey, there's a servant that came in through. I guess I just have to lie enough. Yes, of course, the Lord has sent me to retrieve something. He says it's important for the returning daughter.
What might that be, if we may ask? Just in case he often, if anyone enters his room, you would know he likes us to keep track of his things. If something is to enter or leave, he likes to know where it is. He will never lose something without willingly doing so.
Oh, he told me it was a locket of sorts. Something filled with a photograph.
Oh, his locket. Yes. Right away. As he would step aside and buy your entrance.
Hey!
Where's our cannon now?
Yeah, I mean, if
She walks on
anyone's
there?
gonna have it, it's gonna be Elf City with crazy magic. I have a literal GoPro orb. All right, we don't know what's possible.
Polar.
As you
Yeah.
would walk into the large and far-spanning chamber of both the Lord and the Lady. It honestly looks like, in terms of size, it's like the entirety of your guild hall's entrance in the spanning rooms, though it seems to be a large bedroom along with what seems to be a study and office in one far wing, the other
Wait,
side being a beautiful
this is-
bathhouse.
This is the mom's place too?
Yeah, they're married. We share a bedroom.
Yeah, I know. But I would have thought they would have been more aloof.
Oh no, they have
could
a
have-
shared room.
Are there two
I
massive
feel
king
like
beds?
okay,
in
well
the
it
apartment?
worked, but the lie worked,
Yeah.
but it's like, oh, I could have just said it's from the lady, and that might have been way easier. But whatever.
That works. As you would enter in, you'd find, again, it's a grand, expansive room that seems to be adorned in sort of like how Persephone's room is, but less nature based. The higher you go in these tall, reaching chateaus, it seems to become more just about the architecture itself. It seems like that of some of the highest nobility you've seen in Broken Ridge, although perhaps a lot of Broken Ridge nobility style comes from the elves itself and its sleekness and luxuriousness. You'd see a massive bed that seems to span, you think, almost like 12 feet in length. It's far too large for the like of elves, but perhaps it's just simply for the sake of their comfort or something passed down along the ages. You'd see the roofs, even in this tall reach, are about 15 feet high. They're considerably tall, with it looks like chandeliers of not simply hanging, but floating crystal, spinning and glowing in the soft light of the morning, now becoming afternoon, and as you've made your way up through the chateau. And off to one side, you would see looks like a large room that becomes something of a study or an office, separated by a pair of large swinging doors that seem to open and shut as you walk towards them on their own. As what exactly are you looking for around here?
Let's see. Swift Hollow, with her infinite wisdom and her expertise as a thief. First off, checks paintings. I don't know. Who knows?
Sure. You would find it looks to be.
Paintings, trying to find hidden saves.
You'd find it looks like a number of paintings. A large portrait along the wall that seems to be something that's been continuously added upon. A large, spanning, wide portrait of the city of Inalin at its heart, near the Zendalarada, as you'd see a portrait of the entire family, the royal family, that has been painted both from the previous generation and layer upon layer upon layer, getting closer to the front. You'd see portraits within this large portrait of the presiding family. Ending with it looks to be a younger version of Kaelon and Sonatus, as well as it looks to be two, you probably think about 10-year-old, possibly half elves at their waist. A small, shy looking, I guess you'd call her Velora at the time, as well as a sort of more stoic but still half smiling Rael. Quite different from the Rael and the Persephone that you know today. But behind them seems to be the span of their family. As you sort of like peek behind, it seems like the portrait itself is quite stuck on the wall. Besides the portrait, there you'd probably find at Kalon's desk, we probably have, it looks like a small collection of, they look like smaller portraits sitting up on the desk on a stand. You'd see one, a well-painted one of Lady Sonatus, probably at a younger age. Her hair is a bit shorter, a bit more wild, but the face seems to be about the same. You'd see Rael in a nice, not thick, but I guess is sturdy gown, that of like you'd expect of an elfin lord. Looking a bit stoic towards the painter, the artist. Not quite happy. And then you'd see what looks to be something. It would look like it'd be like a locker, almost like a booklet, something you take with you. That would be a portrait of itself. Excuse me. That whatever was in there is no longer there. There is no picture. Instead, there is just simply a sheet of mirrored glass.
Huh. Also, before any of
Mhm.
this, Swift Hollow, before doing so, for attempting any of this venture, she doesn't really know what she's looking for. But she figures it has to be an object of some kind, as going through her pretend rounds as a servant, she would have finessed at some point some candlesticks and a baking pan.
Sure. With your crazy high sleight of hand, I think no one can stop you.
A small bread pan and a couple candlesticks.
Okay, nice.
She has no idea what she's looking for, but hey.
I would say
Sure.
Give me no idea what you're looking for. Give me an investigation check, just a general searching the room. It would take time if you're just thoroughly searching up and low without any idea. But you can do a thorough pass. It will just take some finessing and some time.
Wow.
Ooh, very well done. As you are making your way sort of around the room very carefully, not to disturb anything, you'd pass these Looks like 2 filled and now 1 apparently empty portrait upon his desk. You go to the remainder of his study. The bedroom seems to be relatively empty. Most of it seems to be everything's fixed besides some furniture you could move around, but nothing that really seems to ring important or artifact like. It really ends up gravitating towards the Lord's actual study itself until you find, I guess, what you'd only realize to be at this large, expansive desk where he has these portraits laid up beside each other. There is a sort of an empty box. There is it looks like it would be a container for something, but whatever lid there once was is gone, and the container seems to be somewhat stuck and fixed in place. You grabbed it to move it and shift it, and you'd realize this thing. I mean, to do so would be to tear it off the desk, but it almost seems like something's been taken out of it.
What's the shape?
It seems to
Is it
be a
like is
square.
it just a rectangle? It's just
It
a
seems to
square.
be a cube, and inside there's a small cubic indentation as well. It seems like something's supposed to fit inside here, but where exactly what's supposed to be there? I mean, it looks like it'd be small enough, 3 inches across on all sides. Something small enough to actually fit inside and lock. But as it is right now, seems to be empty.
God must see it then. The Lord hasn't. At least I hope. As Swift Hollow, now that if the guards haven't disturbed her yet, takes a little bit more time to observe the room and create sort of a back door for herself.
Sure.
Tampering with locks or just seeing the windows, if any, and just tampering with them, unlocking them, making it easier for her to infiltrate.
Oh yeah, you'd actually notice that all the windows and the round they have room to open. They sort of just slide open forward like a portcullis, but they all are in fact locked, as you're able to very easily slide them apart and give yourself an exit if need be. You'd probably spend very carefully trying to rouse suspicion about 10 or 15 minutes or so of doing this, until something sort of sounds in the room, and you see this soft sort of flash of light seem to fall from the ceiling and very almost perfectly land inside of the open box.
Swithello checks out the box very carefully.
As inside, you'd see 3 inches across a strange little cube that seems to just very perfectly fallen and strangely only truly magically appeared within the center of this place, at this tiny little opening. And as it lands there, you do see, it looks like as a mechanism is clicked, you have a brief moment to witness this before you see a lid sort of oculus itself around and shut. But in that moment, you would catch sight of a very strange but simple looking ornate object. A tiny box of sorts, just no larger than 3 inches on either side. You look around, it looks like it's been carved with old and ancient runes of something your arcana is lacking, but it does tell you of a magical nature. It seems like this box itself even could possibly come apart, but what stands out in that last moment you witness this, or what looks to be an assortment of these large, I guess, ruby, you'd call them ingots, but really, in terms of their appearance and placement on this tiny box, they could really only be buttons. As you see this thing fit into place with a large symbol facing you. The rest of them seem to have a soft glow to them, but the one facing the top is bright and luxurious. And then when the aperture closes, you see it no more.
Yeah, Swithello quickly notes that down. Does she, in Swithello's wisdom, she probably doesn't think that's enough to try to replicate the cube, or try to think of how to replicate the cube. Or at least the symbols. Would she have to take it out?
It seems like you probably have to take it out, on top of which it seems pretty magical. But you
magically locked?
Well, you think probably in terms of mechanics. Actually, yeah, with your building and budding understanding of mechanics, you'd probably think you could, if you just had if someone had made a perfect little, 3-inch cube to fit in that spot, yeah, you imagine it would possibly fit and activate the same mechanism. The whole thing seems to be somewhat magically charged to activate, but it does seem to activate once something fits that size.
With follow notes of that.
All right.
Something to tell the party.
Okay.
And she heads on out. I found it. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. What did you... I'm sorry. I feel like I've seen you around here before, but I don't actually recall your name. Is it... Was it Orion?
Orion, yes.
Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to see you again, I believe.
You as
I'm
well.
sorry. Quite rude of me to assume so. Carry on.
She gives him a
As-
smile and heads on out.
As the morning and day proceeds on, we have Persephone running towards the center of the town. This time, seemingly, I guess, wow, holy cow, we went all the way around the beginning of this session back to here to Persephone going towards the tree. How about that?
Yeah.
As
It's almost like
Persephone-
you did
I
it
like
on purpose.
As you would have the guards again would not stop you. They know you're of royalty, and this is a place you've visited at times, although you previously supervised. It seems like now older, mature. They simply stand at guard around to prevent any more disturbances from assaulting the tree. But instead, yeah, you find yourself at the base of this rather gargantuan, massive construct of crystal. You can see these branches sticking out in the noon sun above you. The sunlight casting down and sending sort of a scattering array of sunlight all around you. Small spotlights that seem to move as the day goes on.
Hello, old friend. As Persephone at the base of its pillars, because I know it's like on its own platform, she's just going to skip into the space in front of her, and with her hidden pass, just teleport above onto one of these pillars so that she's at the base of the tree itself.
Step down to that base of the tree, you'd see around it where the roots would go down into the stonework and the surrounding earth. There's also these spiking crystals, small, only about ankle high to you, growing up around it that seem to be spreading from the tree itself. Sign that this thing has been producing and creating small of its own Zendalures around since its inception. Little diamonds at your feet.
Yeah, so I'm going to walk up to the trunk of this tree and just put my hand on it and just take a moment just before I listen to it. I just want to feel its... I know it's magic. I know it fuels the city, and I used to like coming here to meditate and look at the stars and just feel our source of magic run through it. I don't know if I can feel that now.
As you put your hand against this solid form of crystal, oh, my voice
There.
weird.
Hey there.
Oh.
There.
Hi, creepy
Hi-
voice.
Hey there.
Hi, creepy guy there.
Hello there,
You hit-
demon
you hit the
spawn.
button a little early.
Oof,
I'm
I
terrified.
didn't hear you.
I wish
Are
you
you
could
put your
swap
hand-
tell when you're narrating.
Somebody
put
get him
your-
a Snickers!
As you put your hand against this flat crystal face, you do feel sort of a soft, almost like electrical feeling, as many of you felt before when you're surrounded by powerful magic. But again, from a younger age, it was enough to where walking around this place, the air would be filled with it. It was what sort of gave Inniland its own unique atmosphere. This zone filled with pure and unbridled magical power. It was sort of a sign that no matter what would happen, no matter what terrible thing would transpire the nation, or even just the day, that you guys would have the power to overcome whatever trial you had before. And now, that feeling just seems to be somewhat weakened. Maybe it's not quite as well remembered, but no, you've visited this place enough times. The power of the Zendalurada has been, as suggested, pulled away towards this great project. Now it glows dimly. Your hand upon it doesn't feel quite electric, it feels more cool as you're just touching this slightly less magical crystal before your hands. It feels like it's been weakened.
Oh no. Zendi, are you okay? As I cast my magic to speak with plants as I communicate with this tree.
Nice. As you channel your magic into this area, not just to this tree, but all around you, you can hear sort of a soft sigh and song from all of the grass, the soft tuffets of plant life surrounding you. as strangely enough, you hear like sort of a soft choir of voices that all seem to sort of culminate. And as your hand presses against this tree, your magic even infuses it as well. It seems to be somewhat, excuse me, strained of sorts because the makeup of the tree isn't exactly like that of a plant life, but and yet, despite that, it still lives, it still breathes, it still grows like a tree in its own sort of magical way. And as a result, when you feel that pulse of magic run through this thing, the voice you hear that echoes from all around you is a cacophony of many, as if the roots that run through this thing gather all the voices of these plants around you and speak in this harmonious choir of voices to you.
It has been quite some time, Lady Velora.
I go by Persephone now. Everyone's taking some time to get used to it.
The lady takes a new season. How wonderful.
I would ask if you're well, but I can feel that you're not. Are you ill?
The power I provide these wonderful people. It is a gift, but a livelihood, a lifeline. It grants them what they need, just as they grant me what I need, what we need. They have a great task placed upon themselves, one that I must oblige. They are using my strength to breach the veil between this world and the next. But I remain strong. I remain alive. It is not out of malice. I feel no anger or hate in their actions. It is simply a necessity, as I provided for these people since the beginning of my birth. I am simply continuing my duty.
That as it may be, there is still such a thing as asking for too much. Is that task too much for you?
It is a strain. I am old and I am mighty. I have weathered storms of magic, maelstroms of the elements, born and reborn again after every disaster, and yet I stand firm. This is but the least of the trials I have withstood. But alas, there is a strangeness in this poem. Something foul, something deep that drags itself from my core. I cannot place what it is. But within this collection, this wonderful city of lovely little children as yourselves, there is one heart filled with malice.
How long has it been here?
I cannot say. Perhaps longer than I can remember. Perhaps just recently. I've only felt it when the magic began to pour from me.
When the magic began to pull from you earlier today? Like pulling from you when they harness your power to open the gate?
Indeed.
Do you know? Somebody involved with the gate. Is it father?
I cannot say. I do not know by name or by soul or by virtue.
That's
I can
right.
simply feel, and those pall upon me, though their intentions are pure, I can feel their heart. I can feel whatever lies within. Just a moment.
Just a moment, you see who they really are. Like I can sometimes.
You have been gifted, young Persephone.
I have.
I felt a voice in your hand. A voice not familiar, but kind. An old guardian that rings through your touch.
Tuchikawa. He is very kind. A very gentle guardian. This strain. I'm worried. When they wish to bring Queen Titania through, You've been here for a long time and you are very strong. I'm worried this is what may break you. I know no one else can talk to you like I can, so if... I can convince Father to make this stop if it means you fall.
There is kindness in you, Persephone. One all too familiar to that Tuchikawa. You are a guardian in your own right now, are you not? I can feel it. For but a moment. But it is there. A seed of kindness that shall bloom into something great if given the chance. But I am tasked to serve. I am tasked to give life to what these people wish. I may only ask that you act in your nature, young guardian. If you seek protection, if you seek to preserve my life, that is your choice. That is the freedom you were granted, and that is the seed of your nature that may grow into something wonderful. I am resigned to what my nature presides, but you are the shepherd that guides. Protect those you wish to protect.
As a guardian to spirits both primordial, fey, and of the prime, I will help you too. And whatever this malicious natured creature is, I will find them. I think there is poison running through this city. Nobody can sense it yet, but you. Thank you, Sandy. It's good to be home. And it's good to finally properly meet you.
As it is you, young Persephone, young Velora, young Thea Veloranon.
As unless there's anything else you want to ask.
My list of questions, gods. Where did I put you? No, I don't have anything. If I do, I might come back later.
Sure. As the light that seems to flood this thing with new life begins to slowly fade, you'd feel that electric feeling fading from your touch until eventually the soft cacophony of voices all around you begins to die down and silence falls over the center of this really relic of the elven people. As with high noon above you, you would be joined by the guards sort of parting ways, allowing what seems to be a new party entering the fold.
As my
It's
magic
cooler,
starts to... Yeah, first is just curtsying to the tree as her magic fades, bidding him farewell.
As Kuldor Samantha and Calliope would make their way towards where they soon as Persephone to be, as it seems like it's catching on with some good timing. This tiny little elven creature sort of like lingering in the back, just sort of a bit shy, trying to put Samantha and Coolor in between the lot of you as you approach. Is that her? Is that her?
Yes,
Hi! Persephone like waves at her friends, and then flutters my wings as I jump down and activate my cloak so I can gently flutter down.
Persephone.
By the art, she's so beautiful. Look at her. And she's so small. I love it. She's got flowers in her hair.
Persephone, we would like you to meet Calliope, your future in-law.
Is she still hiding behind Quill?
Kind of like peeking around, but as he introduces her, you see this tiny little green head sort of peek up from behind the shoulder. Her face sort of like shimmers like the surface of water, and you can see her hair becomes a bit more similar to yours for a moment. Why, hello?
Hi, I'm Persephone! You look like somebody else that I know, another friend of mine!
Another friend of yours? You have many friends? I am Calliope. I like to have fun in the city. I like to pull on different faces and pull on different names. I heard you have many different names too. Do you have different faces as well? I like to see them.
I don't have that many different faces, but I did cut my hair when I ran away and did change my name like about a year ago. My hair's kind of grown back a little bit by then, but I like to put flowers in it a lot.
Oh my gosh, everything grows so slow here. I'm telling you, if you go back to the Feywild, things will go so fast. Never have to worry about the hair. You cut the whole thing off and grow back in one day. I swear to God, it's amazing. Oh my gosh,
Oh
you like to
I
have some nice nature here? Like the country every day, it'd be so amazing. You can change it up every single day. You can even change the color if you like. There's so many flowers, you can simply sprinkle a little bit in there and change. I do that too, but I can just do it that day. It's a little boring if I go find flowers and change my hair. Oh my gosh, you're so friendly. I'm so glad I have met you finally. I thought you'd be really scary, but you're not.
You said your name was Calliope?
I'm Calliope, yes. They call me the Artful Nymph. It's kind of a nice and mean name, but that is alright because I could always change it.
Well, I like to go by Persephone, but everybody in the city still calls me Lady Valora.
Lady Valora is a very beautiful name. It's very elvish. Persephone is also quite elvish, but it sounds like a little bit Sylvan in there.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit. I love it. I love it. So your friends I just met them. They're very nice. I just want to say I'm very excited for all things to happen. You know, little handsome Rail going to be married, and we're going to become big family.
Yeah. Really?
We talked about her perhaps having you meet your future sister-in-law. So, get my voice really low. As Calliope has an interesting way to go and meet her.
I just got into town yesterday, and I've heard all about Queen Titania, but I know Rel's spoken to her, but I've never spoken to her before, and I would really like to meet her because, you know, it would be kind of be awkward if we're going to be like one big, really happy family, and then I wouldn't be able to even see her until like the wedding day. It's going to be like really awkward. It's like, hi, we're going to be one big family, and I know we never met before, and we don't know anything about each other, but wouldn't it be a lot of fun if we got this started on the right foot?
Oh my gosh, you have to tell me. There's so many times where I've had to meet people that I've never met before, and I have a problem with meeting new people. I have to like put on a new face, hide myself, put in the crowd, and they always try to talk to me, get to know me, so I always get really shy. I don't know the new people. I just sort of like take things from them. Like they see this really nice shiny onyx rock here. I sort of put the filter on your head a little bit. I had to take it. Sorry, I had to, but you can have it back now. But they told me that you like these shiny rocks, so if I find any shiny rocks, I can always find them for you. I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
So I just look across at Samantha.
You can just see my snake sort of just spread out, almost kind of like a fan, keeping eyes on both of them as I just sort of look forward and try and just wait it out like I'm riding out a storm.
I want to meet your brother before the wedding.
I mean, there's a way to do that. I was telling your friends here there is a place we can go. It's outside the city. Takes some time to get there. It's a little hard to get there. And once you get through, it's a little place. You just kind of have to slip right through, and you'll be in the Feywild. They have these places. They call them Fey crossings. They're places where the veil is a little thinner. You can get some wiggle room to get through.
This what they were saying. They were strong, but I'm just saying I don't want to take my future sister into dangerous territory. I mean, it's pretty dangerous track. It take a few days to get into the Silly Kingdom. There's lots of things in there you might run into, pretty dangerous. But also can't be caught going there because not many people want to know about it. They find out, they get well, then they probably close it.
Which
Oh, I had a
kingdom
secret
did
way
you
of when
say?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The Unseelie Kingdom?
Well, the Silly Kingdom is what they call it. That is what Queen Titania rules. A beautiful name for a beautiful queen.
Are
So
you
we
from
would face
You're from the Silly
problems
Kingdom,
there.
right?
I am from the Silly Kingdom. Can't you tell by my smile and bright face? Everyone loves it.
But your secret way, it isn't in that kingdom?
No, it's more in the unsilly part. Parts we're not really supposed to go is a little scary there. I'm just saying, a little scary there. But it's fine if you can just not be there. I mean, if you can go like this, and she moves her hands apart, her body seems to fall apart like water, and she's just gone. But her voice continues. You can just simply hide. It's not so bad, but a little hard to do that for a long time. I can do it for a very long time. I'm very gifted and powerful, you see. But for you, I do not know. As he comes back into view, sort of water splashing back together to make her. I am quite talented in such things. I do not know. This one over here is apparently shy, so he wears armor, and armor is very loud.
Shy?
Yes,
We
it was
talked
quite
about how we
surprising.
wear things to protect oneself from unwanted attention or hateful eyes.
And he protects himself from bad words with armor on. He's very powerful armor, it must be.
Gives him a bit of moral support.
Indeed.
But that was an idea I pitched, but it's very I just don't want to pull you to danger.
Yeah, it does sound very dangerous. But you know what? We'll think on it. Because even if it's dangerous, that's where all the fun is, right?
I like the way you think, sister. You like to look for the danger. But just hope the danger don't find you. Hopefully you can get away from it. I'm very good at getting away from danger.
Well, I've gotten better at that.
Well, very good. There's nothing to worry about.
Exactly. Yeah, there's just like 3 more of us, is all.
Oh, that's a lot of people. That might work. Well, that will depend. I would like to meet them, possibly. That'd be leading people to a dangerous place. Might like to meet them first. See if they're more having to. They have to fun too. They like to go leave places and sneak into holes and not get caught doing it.
You would love as Persephone's just gonna walk over and just hook her arm around Calip's arm. You would love to hang out with Tamar Khan. He's so much fun. And we're gonna start walking back into the palace area.
All right, I'd love to meet this. The name sounds quite different than the other names I've met. As time would eventually pass and evening coming too, seems like the groups, I'm assuming, start to gather back together. Unless you have something else you want to do during the day, as some of you completing your tasks.
Hanging out with Gizmo.
All right, Gizmo'd be working on using the parts you gave him to basically start his own little.
The parts, fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, everyone then. So I gave him the stuff. Give him the rundown, especially the Ioun tears.
Oh yeah, he's got his own little forge worked up in this tiny little room somehow, in a very sort of, I don't know what the best way to describe it is because I don't have the verbal ability, but it's more like it's like a tiny little corner, like a little almost like a cracked in, but made with like tiny little like tinker parts flames that shouldn't be in a room to make like a tiny little hearth, so we can start working with some metal.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Putting emphasis on using the stones because silence.
Understood.
I do ask Calliope if she can tell me anything about the Melancholy Prince.
Oh, you want to know about him? Oh, he is such a bore. He is such a boring person. He's so gloomy all the time. He was always a little gloomy. I'm only like about 400 years old. I didn't get to know him back in his day, but he's not as old as Cern. He's the middle one between us, I suppose. When he was created, rather. Was not always as gloomy, but I don't know. In recent time, he's become very very gloomy. So much so that it's like you're in the middle of winter around him. He's just not a boring person to be around. He's all about the duty of the wedding right now. At least Lucerne goes out and have fun. No, melancholy lord have to go be the important rational brother and go take care of all the business, has to go see the queen and make sure that everything's good on her end, has to make sure the portal is coming at the good time. He doesn't do anything fun. He's not very fun to be around.
Oh, no. I knew somebody like that, but he was fun. You just gotta listen to him talk, and eventually you find something fun to talk
Oh
about.
my god, I listen to him talk so often, especially recently. It's so bad. But that is okay. I understand. You met him, you probably really like him. A lot of the immortal girls really like him. Apparently, he doesn't seem to really care about them. Yeah, immortal girls always get the little butterflies when they see him.
That's so weird, because if he's like boring and gloomy, I would think it would be the opposite.
He
You
probably
really
seems
think so?
aloof and mysterious.
Apparently, if you don't know someone or they say nothing, they just get so pretty to all these little girls over here. They're like, "Oh, I like you. I want to know more about you." And it's like, "I don't want to talk to you. I want to go do my duty and prepare for the wedding." Snowfall, snowfall, snowfall.
Oh
He's
no, actually,
boring.
yeah, I do. I actually do know what that's like. Actually, yeah. Ooh, you do bring up a
Acceptable to
very
it.
good point.
Onto him.
I'm telling you, he's not a fun person. I'd rather hang out with a Sam than with the melancholy lord, but that's just me.
Lazaren's okay, but how does he get in? Does he go through the gate? The gate's not working yet, right?
Well, whenever he comes through, he has a way of letting people know. Apparently, when he's at the gate, and apparently someone opens it up for him. I'm assuming it's the Lord or the other guy with the blue face. That one, is he? He's not the Lord. Dear Lord, your dad, my uncle. Apparently, has a way of communicating with them. Yes.
Oh, both of them?
One of them at least. I don't know.
One of
I
them
don't
at
pay
least.
attention to such things. I just know he gets in and out. He's the one who talks to the important people. I'm just here to play and have fun.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
All right.
And yeah, no, that's it. Just chatting with her and telling her fun little stories and about like my flowers, and I introduce her to Spirit, my little hummingbird, and I tell her how it came out of a brazier of fire, and sometimes it's a butterfly and sometimes it's an owl, but mostly it's a hummingbird.
That sounds so amazing. So you throw it into fire and it comes out as something else? Oh, Sam will love that. You'll love it so much to see fire make things. We throw things to it to make it make new things.
It's not Laceren's fire. It's a special fire.
Oh,
That
that's
I
right.
have
His fire
access
just
to.
destroys
Yeah,
things.
his fire just destroys things.
This is nice. I like this fire. I'm not a fire person myself. I prefer the water, as you could probably guess. But no, I would like to see this. Maybe make a little butterfly or something. Can you make something bigger? Can you make like an? I've seen there's things that come from the Feywild, the big round things with long tusks and long noses, and they sound like a trumpet. I want to see it when we go there. It's fine.
An elephant?
Is that what you call them here?
Those are from the Fae?
Wow, this palace is sure big. I've been here once.
Did Tamar Khan go back to the Feywild to get elephants for our party?
No.
Unless they got the elephants from the Feywild in the first place.
Yeah, that's it. Just more chit-chatting shenanigans.
Sure. As you make your way back to the chateau, assuming that people or the group is going to reconvene after their day, sort of discuss what they're up to, what they learned.
I'm coming late since I'm observing the king into the relatively late hours, so I'd probably be coming back like midnight.
Yeah, he'd be back probably just shy of that. He stays out pretty late to work on the portal, and as they'd sort of scatter and leave, he'd come back, and it seems like he spends most of the rest of the day just sort of tending to the actual base of the portal, trying to add more materials, and then eventually leaving to come back a couple more times. Apparently to go back to his chambers and gather that strange thing he's holding again after a few hours. But eventually it becomes late. You can see he's becoming tired, and then eventually he just gathers his things along with Oathlord Gallia, and they have a conversation within the veil for a moment, and then head back, sort of parting ways along the way. Good stuff. Everyone makes it back to the chateau. Dinner is served.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems as if the hunters had caught themselves again. They've not actually harvested, but caught themselves some very lean-looking elk and the like from the surrounding forest. It seems like the Feywild influence has grown them a bit taller and lankier, but the meat's still good. It seems like they've had a bit of a feast today, sort of in post celebration to the return of the young lady back to her royal place, as well as just simply settling in celebration for these festival. It seems like the chefs themselves have been strangely spurred on by this source of creativity. Someone has pushed them to start making some unique things to test themselves out for the upcoming celebration. Yeah, you just have yourselves like some good old cooked venison, elven style, lightly seasoned, as well as just some it seems like steamed, otherwise roasted vegetables and like just whole tray of some pretty lean looking food expected of the elven culture, as well as plenty of sweets. Apparently, they're just loaded up with sweets recently.
Dessert! Stephanie reaches for a pastry.
So, thing in particular we want to do with Calliope.
Calliope, yes, indeed.
Calliope, there we go. With Calliope before Tamar Khan gets back, so we can have a group meeting.
No, Persephone's just making friends.
Spending dinner time with your new friend. Yeah. Is there anything else you guys want to do?
I'll ask Calliope a question.
Oh, certainly.
Calliope, I'm curious about the queen, your mother. When she went ahead and created Lacera and yourself and the melancholy prince?
He's a lord. He doesn't like to be called a prince. It's too pompy for him, apparently.
Did she create you all on her own, or was there someone that aided her?
Oh,
Was she married beforehand?
It's a lovely little story. So a while back, when the queen was a little shy, she was becoming to bud out into the world again, ready to talk to people, ready to be, I suppose. Also, I guess that's the word. Mostly just to be accepted in I suppose, rule over the land once more. She was very shy one day, and she didn't know what to do. It's one of my favorite stories. And so one day, she found this beautiful pond, and on there was a pretty little lily. And she was feeling all sorts of ways. She was wondering what kind of queen she would have to be. Would she be a mean queen, a strong one, a kind one? She really wanted to be a kind one, but she has to be strong too against all the people pushing and pulling. And so she picked up the prettiest little lily, and she said, "You shall be whatever you want to be. You shall be strong. You shall be fierce. You shall not let others change who you are. You shall change." And then from that little lily, I was born. It was the prettiest little. It was me. I was the prettiest little lily the entire time. And so from then, I have simply been being whatever I want to be. I can be whoever I want to be. Although when I start to think about what others think about me, it gets a little about the butterflies. I don't like Lasanne's story. He said he got rich one day. She was very upset with someone, and then Lasanne came out. I don't know. I don't care.
What about your other brother? What about melancholy?
So would that mean that she really? Yeah, if you're supposed to be happy and kind and strong and anything that you want to be, unless Erin might have came out because she was really mad, what happened to her to make the melancholy prince?
I think she was thinking about something really sad. I think it was some sort of heartbreak, and she was trying to figure out what to do with it, how to overcome it. And I guess from
from a tear or something. It's kind of a sad story. Little melancholy lord who came out, and he was tasked on, I suppose, trying to fix a broken heart. But he's just very sad about it. It's kind of a sob story, really. Not really exciting.
That makes sense why he's so dedicated to the wedding.
He seems to be very, very dedicated. He wants this thing to go off. So he's such a bummer about it. I mean, come on, he doesn't want to play, he doesn't want to do anything fun. He's not even excited for the festivities or the food or the dancing. I heard there's going to be lots of dancing here. And he just wants to be here to make sure it gets done. It's very sad and it's very boring, and I don't want to play with him.
Does anything change for you after the wedding? Or does life just kind of go on and you're just part of a bigger family?
I just like having a big family. I mean, I just very excited to see so many new people. It is kind of nice now to actually have to be myself. I don't have to put on mess and not to be shy around you. I'm so easy to talk to you people. You're very nice. I love to have you in my family. This is all just sort of fun for me. Although if I had to stay in the city, I would probably be very sad. So I'd probably leave. I like to travel. I like to see new things and see new faces and meet people by taking their things and learning of them from them.
You know, if I didn't know you were Queen Titania's child, I'd be wondering if you were just the me in the Feywilds, because we sound like the same person, and it's great.
I mean, we could be the same person if you want. I could be your real sister. I could be your real sister. I could look just like you and talk just like you if you want. We'd be like twins.
Oh my god, we should.
That
do
one's giving me a
one day.
face. I was like, I should have. Maybe I should.
Samantha, you're in the face.
Persephone looks over at
curling
Samantha
up within
and
themselves.
and a mischievous grin stretches across her face. You know what? You know what? This will be great. This will be great. Okay, so you haven't met her yet. Her name is Luna. She should be joining us soon, maybe, unless she got lost in the library or
That's the
something.
right person
You should
name.
be me. You should be me, and you should see if she can figure out which one is the real me.
That is a very fun game. I like that. Okay, I will. One sec.
And Samantha, you're not allowed to tell her.
Not allowed to tell her at all.
You're not allowed to tell her. Yeah.
If you do, you break the rules and you cheat.
Yeah.
As you are postulating this idea, you can see like my snakes sort of curling up in themselves, pulling away from your twinsy nonsense. But then you postulate the idea of trying to see if Luna can tell which one of you is the right one, trying to deceive her. You can see my snake sort of relax, and you can see Samantha's face kind of come out of her hand with this sort of cheeky grin upon it. That sounds like a marvelous idea.
Exactly.
To think that I don't know how to have fun, Persephone.
I'm excited now. Persephone grabs 3 more pastries and puts them on her plate.
She takes 3 more pastries. I have to be even. I have to be even. I have to be the same person. Everything's
Oh,
equal.
You're right. Okay. So let me show you how I eat these, because it's very specific. That way you can get enough of the sugar and the jam all in one, and it's really, really, really good. It's even though it's 3, and even though it's really small, it feels like it lasts a whole meal.
I'll just start over. I ate mine. You were talking and saying that I got really hungry. As time would pass until the rest of the group would gather sort of later in the night. Some of them been studying in the library for quite a while. Otherwise, one of you returning from your late night gallivant. Until the group is all back together. Except for 2 Persephone's.
Luna,
Lady
did you join
Valora.
us for dinner?
I'm assuming dinner's going to be later, waiting for Tamarcon.
Right.
Just to get everyone in the group.
Me for dinner?
We took some elk, we put it on a plate, we brought it upstairs. It's wrapped
They
up
just
in
don't eat in the
tinfoil.
throne room. I don't know what's wrong with these guests.
You used to
You're
end
not
the
awake! What is this? I was expecting you to find you in your bed.
waiting on you and to see what you had learned.
You need to learn me!
Yeah, you hear a knock at the door.
We ran into a bit of an
Lady
incident.
Valora. You have ordered more pastries.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Good.
I'm taking one too. As the voice drops and Swift Hollow pulls out a rag as she wipes away her makeup and puts down her hair. Ah. What have we
You're
learned?
here.
This one takes off her face too. That's amazing.
Am I allowed to take stuff from the library? Like, can I check stuff out?
Yeah, you could basically rent a book.
Can I rent a couple books? Just stuff that I
Sure, as long as you and them are within the chateau. Yes.
I'm not gonna like disappear from this plane of existence.
Yeah.
Thing.
That would be crazy.
It'd be
Be
weird.
crazy.
There's no
Mhm.
way they have a
I
fine
know
for
I'm
that.
being attacked by a creature, but is that the Persephone's over there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do I.
So,
What's Persephone's either way? I'm sorry. I had to kill your father.
As I look over at my twin, I just look over at Tamarcon, and I just try not to break, because I know you.
No response from either of you. This is interesting.
That's the fun of this. They're both fake. The real Persephone's dead, buried underneath the crystal tree.
So that makes more sense.
Exactly.
I mean,
I'm just
they
trying to
would never be
determine
this quiet.
which one of the replacements I want to keep as the member of the Valiant Vanguard. Persephone A or Persephone A?
So to distinguish the two, they call the same thing. So,
You have to put the hesitation on the second A, obviously. Persephone A, Persephone A. That's how you tell them.
Wait, so which one is Persephone A and which one's Persephone A?
Persephone
Yo.
A is Persephone A, and Persephone A is Persephone A.
See, this is why I like this group. You all catch on so quickly.
And who's on first? What's
Oh.
on second?
So are we done playing the game? This
I
is
don't know
very
if I'm first.
I was waiting on Luna, but it's getting really, really late. I'm almost worried she fell asleep reading.
Luna comes in carrying, a small stack of books, followed by Bran carrying a large stack of books.
When do you want these, Luna?
Oh, she's here! She's here!
Put 'em-
You say you do not like the other plan.
Which other plan?
just put them on the floor over there.
Oh, okay. Oh, excuse me, Persephone. And I've been reading too many books today. I need to go sit down for a second. As he just goes
I should
over
have
and
read
gets himself a
Rand.
plate. I'm seeing double. Oh my god, I am seeing double. Y'all seeing that? Hi, Bran.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you saying? Something
Yeah, I
weird.
mean, it's literally there's Tamarcon, there's Persephone, there's Samantha, there's Swift Hollow, there's Persephone, there's myself, there's Luna, and there's you.
It's just the same group that we always have.
He just looks over at you, Luna. Am I crazy?
You're not crazy. They might be, but you're not. Why is there
Thank.
companies?
Can you tell which one's the real one?
Yeah, we've been adventuring long enough, you should be able to tell. Big grin on my face.
Watching their expressions, I'm going to pick. Let's see. Whichever one is on the left, I guess, if you want to decide that, and just that person will just hear a ghostly sound in their head and say, I don't know, you're both insufferable, as I try to watch their reaction.
It's for Persephone's just like grin. She's just like gets a little wider. She's like,
I
okay,
don't know
she
what-
figured it out.
Oh, she's very good at this. As
She
again, you just watch
is.
Persephone A's skin just sort of falls away like a liquid and shifts until it becomes this green skin. Looks like Fey, almost a Ladrin, like an elf, but touched by the Feywild and plant life. Very good. You're very, very clever. I got to say, I tried my best to be like her, and I tried to, but she was being quiet. I'm not really good at being quiet. I like to be loud and talking at all times. But they tried to keep it going, and then I sort of got caught, and you seem to just know. You guys must be very, very close. I am very jealous.
Look at you. I don't think we have met, apparently. My other friends have been meeting new people. Hey, Tameka!
Oh, you're Tamarcon. I can see it. You look like you like to have a good time walking around. You don't even wear a shirt. You know how many people like to wear shirts here? Everybody likes to wear shirts here. I don't even wear a shirt there.
Exactly, clothing can
What?
be so restricted.
Oh, this
Wait,
is
would
all
you-
just illusion.
What'd you do with the mound of fabric you were wearing? You still wearing it as you?
No, He's
'Cause I
discarded in an
couldn't-
alley somewhere.
Okay. I was hoping she was saying you were shirtless and you're actually wearing 50 pounds of fabric.
Quite the opposite, actually. I never had so many shirts in my life.
A nude ass self.
Very well, nice to meet you. You must be all of their extra friends. I've met Gildor and Samantha Deus and Persephone and also Lady Velora. But now we have Tamar Khan. You must be Luna. You must be Luna. I can tell. But what is your name? Are you another person? You have took off your face. I saw it. How many people are you?
Satala points to her. You mean me?
Of course I am.
She like pauses and then just like looks back and forth between from Persephone to her to like Samantha to her. Who I am isn't important. I guess
Well,
I'm
that
as
is-
faceless as you are.
Persephone
That is the
leans
most
over.
interesting answer I've heard ever in my life. Someone who doesn't like their name think is important. Well, that's very strange. I like you, strange person.
I lean over to Calliope, like the melancholy lord.
Oh, I see. Not even any snow falling around her. She must be better. I like it.
Very important to her, but something important to me. I have not got your name yet.
Oh, my name is Calliope. I am also known as the Artful Nymph for today. I might change it tomorrow. I'm hearing all sorts of lovely names. I might take some things from them, make a new name out of them. But for today, I am simply Calliope. I am, apparently, I've been trying to keep myself from being seen in this place. I like to simply watch and blend in with people, but these nice people here just are so open and kind to me that I can't help but to open up to them as well. Seem to have some very nice friends here. I really like them.
Indeed. So, do we, is Miss Calliope? Is she going to be joining us in our nefarious plots of murder and sabotage?
Oh, that sounds terrible, but is it like the fun kind of murder? Or like, is it like a funny murder? Like, are we actually
He's a
murdering
The
people?
jest,
very
baby
murder that
boy.
there ever was.
I know he's joking. I'm joking with him. Come on now. Oh, you people, you like the people of the Underland with this stick up the butt. Oh, they don't even take a joke.
Well, yeah, it was a lot. It is. This has been a lot of fun, Calliope. But we have to kind of do boring business talk and yak yak yak
Oh,
yak. Yeah.
Should I go?
Yeah, I'm still a lady after all. I have
Oh,
business.
all right, that's
work.
fine. That's fine. I'll go. It's nice to meet you all. I will. I'll go find some of my own fun. The moon is out. I really like your moon, by the way. It's very small but very nice. I'm going to go find some fun here.
Yeah, so-
Calliope, what are you saying here? Guess we have some first chance to talk.
Well, I really like. There's this little pond down by the south of this little district. A lot of people like to guard it, but it's really fun to sleep in. There's like nice warm water, always flowing. Big statue of a lady with an eye on her forehead, whoever that is. Uh, People don't really like to go there, but if you find yourself going there, I'll probably be sleeping there, having fun. Otherwise, well, your friend Coulter was able to find me. I might be up to some trouble. So if you see someone having fun or someone not enjoying some fun, maybe I might be there.
Let us see if we can find some fun together sometime, yes?
I will love that very much, Tamarkan. Thank you.
We'll let you know if what we talked about is something we want to do. All right?
I'll think about it. Tell you what, I'll leave you with a little something. I got a little something for you guys. I always have a little something. And she'll reach through her illusory clothing and pull out this tiny little. It looks like a weird ruby tube until it unfolds into a pair of buzzing wings, and a dragonfly just seems to buzz out from her person. This is my little friend. His name is Rari. He's very friendly. He likes to be a little dragonfly, but he's supposed to be my retainer or something. I don't really know. I don't really care for that kind of stuff. He's very nice. If you send him out, he'll find me. I don't give this out lightly. I don't like to be found other than those of my friends. This is a sign of friendship, okay?
Such a retainer.
Go to heart.
Yeah, I sort of put my hand in the small of Persephone's back, pushing her towards the bug.
Yeah, I just walk over to him and I just like extend a little finger. Hi, Daddy. I'm Persephone. You can sit up here with Spirit, and I put him in a flower.
Okay.
He's very friendly. He will show you where I am if you ever need to find me. I'll be going now. You all have very fun. It was nice to meet all of you, especially you, Coldlore. Maybe one day we'll get you out of that armor, just as you've gotten me out of my shell. You'll be more friendly with people, I promise.
Maybe.
But alas, I will see you then. Enjoy yourselves. Goodbye. As she pushes up against, looks at one of the walls, and then her body just sort of seems to turn back into water, and then spill across the ground, and then sort of scatter into a number of drops, and then just vanish.
Good night, Miss Calliope. Oh, she was a charming woman. What did you
I
think?
like her.
Oh, Sarah was right. I really don't like her.
What?
Well, I
She's
spent
fun.
enough time being around you, Tamarkan, that I was able to pick out her mischief within a crowd.
I had the feeling she was fair from the well everything. Was she I suppose important, yes.
Yes. Did you find
She's
out
what?
anything?
Ah, yes, of course. Your father is spending a lot of time at the port. See a thing or two. He took with him something. He used the key, I suppose. Like you would expect. Something small fit into the palm of your hand, although I did not quite get a good look. However, when he used it, it seemed to vanish, drifting off into the air, into a burst of light of sorts. It almost seemed like in times you had to go and retrieve it back from the palace. But again, I'm not exactly sure what it was. But there was a word, something
Got the word.
spoken in confidence. Yes, it seems like he would send your uncle and a few others away when he spoke it. There were four, I believe, other casters with him, assisting him in everything. Something that he might hold dear to his heart, even through all of his cleverness, as it were. A little face. I don't know, but Stephanie, maybe it means something to you. Save Laura.
Hmm? My elven name and our family name.
Are you happy? Wants the final touch to make the magic do what it does. Activated the portal a few times, although from what I saw, maybe a test of sorts. Yes. The time I watched him, nothing came through.
It had to have been the test. Zendi felt a lot of his power being pulled away from him. Them.
Besides that, he spent much his day going back and forth from a place. I have to say, he's an impressive fellow. I could probably give quite a few of us a run for our money if it was one-on-one. Your uncle, though, even step above that. Seems like he could outmatch your father given a chance. The other four with him, nothing too much to worry about. Not as strong as your father, but still competent spellcasters in their own right. Skilled individuals.
I didn't expect father to be that strong, to be honest.
I mean, he is a
You
high
and much-
elf of many a century behind him. I'm sure he's picked up several things.
That would be like saying, I don't know, Mayor Autumnwood or Lady Blackburn have a lot of martial prowess to them. I've never seen my father fight.
Maybe he
I mean,
fought
magic
before
is
you
one
were
thing.
born. Didn't you say that people tend to adventure in their younger years here?
Yeah, but those are common folk. My father was a lord his whole life, and lords and ladies live boring lives.
I don't
I
know.
had to run away to adventure.
From what I hear, the apple doesn't quite fall from the tree. Maybe he ran away when he was your age. Maybe he just doesn't talk about it.
Wait, what did you hear?
Nothing. It was just a.
Tell you,
What this is like.
from the way he moves and the magic that he was able to use with the portal and to protect himself. Again, he could probably best one of us, if given the chance and a bit of luck.
Okay,
No match for
so
of course.
so you got the word, but you couldn't see the key.
Indeed.
Did you say something about the tree being drained, Persephone?
Well, yeah, the Zendolorada powers the entire city. It's our source of magic. And their magic has been used to power the gate. It's created quite a strain for them. There's nothing that they can really do about it. It's just their role in Inulin. So they can't really decide to stop if it's too much. But Azendi did tell me something that I think we need to look a little further into. They felt. So, you know how I'm really good at reading people? Zendi is
Yes.
also. And they know this plot with the gate and Queen Titania. They know it's from a caring place, but they feel somebody's heart is full of malice and ill intent. And they're here in the city.
Like constantly, or
I don't know. They felt it most prominently when a lot of their magic had to be used, but Zendi's roots are throughout the entire city. If they were able to pinpoint where they were, they'd tell me, but they just know it. They just know it's there. They just don't know who.
The
There is
powerful
a place.
feeling.
A
Well,
place
just
where the magic of the tree lingers in the air quite heavily. If someone was wanting to tap into such a place, I know where they could. You like to
Where
know?
might that be?
There's a place underneath a tree. As you say, the roots run deep, and through them they dig. Others have found such a place. Live there, beneath a city. And one individual, a kingpin, they call him, might be the one sapping away at the roots.
Parasites.
there's a city underneath my city?
Yeah, of sorts. Do you not know of such a thing?
I feel like we had a conversation like this before about talking about underbellies of cities. That also might have been a different game, but
There was the under carpet or whatever tarp. That one section in like Roka.
Interesting. So the great city of Illyria, in the kingdom of
Inulin.
Inulin, or the city of Inulin in the great kingdom of Illyria, has a seedy underbelly.
Oh, I
Don't
find
look so
anywhere
smug
that
when you
people
say
gather,
that.
there will be those that have a different way of seeing things. And they will usually congregate somewhere.
to be
Why
fair,
do
there's
you
one
get
thing.
enjoyment making some of us uncomfortable, Koldor? Why is that fun for you? Why do you enjoy that?
Well, it is rather interesting that a place that had held itself up in the war with such high prestige is exactly like a place in Tyrion. The
That
same
shouldn't
way that
be.
you rebel against your father. It's nice to know that this isn't the perfect place that people have said it is.
Well, yeah, we know that. The Civil War shouldn't have happened. My brother, my father, my mother, we all agree about that. Aunt Volante was not who she was supposed to be.
Guys, it'd be pretty naive to not believe that there'd be some sort of seedy area of any sort of city. There's a lot of people in a lot of places.
Is there one in Oakwell that I don't know about?
Oakwell in itself is just a seedy underbelly of something.
Have you not been to the Stinking Skeever?
The what?
Is that what it's called, or is it the Silver Skeek, or
You'll get it
wherever
eventually.
Greg's dad is?
The silver skink.
Oh, the Silver Skink. Close enough.
Not to mention, depending on your
With
position of
Skyrim in there.
morality, there is the wonderful little pleasure house for a good drink and a good time. But wherever there are rules, there is coin and power to be had by those willing to break or bend them. That is a universal truth.
Okay.
So,
It's
Well,
not that malicious as you all are making it out to be. At least from when I've been there.
it has to be less than ideal if it's underground, hidden away, not someplace everyone knows about. There's a reason for that, usually because it's unsightly.
Your father most definitely knows about it. He most likely probably kept it away from you growing up.
that I would believe. Yes. Okay. So, but Kulor is right. This isn't like a perfect place. Not everybody here is good. So, why would Zendi be referring to just anyone?
Someone tapping into it with a great amount of malice, it sounds like. My first inclination, until I found out about this so-called kingpin just now, was that it was going to be that man you referred to as your uncle. I've seen far too many a brother betray another for the sake of power, money, influence, and the like, but I don't know that he actually is your brother or has something to gain from whatever it is Zendi is feeling.
No, he's... Uncle Galleon's just a really good family friend. We're not really related.
But he is more powerful than your father, it sounds. Was that correct, Tamar? Was that who you were referring to?
So it certainly seemed like the uncle, although maybe tried to hide it. The power that he had, I bet it outweighed your father by a bit.
Does it stack up to our own?
So one of us, quite a bit more powerful. Compared to, say, the tin, or even the one in Roka. Well, thinking about it, God,
About on equal par.
could probably be a candidate for one of the tin.
He is one of the Eternal Oath. Or, yeah, one of the Oath Lords of the Eternal Oath.
Okay. So somebody's bad in the city. My father uses my name for activating the gate. But if he was activating the gate, does that mean... So Persephone looks over at Swiftalo, who she's afraid she sent on a wild goose chase.
Your centuries-old paranoid father uses your name as the secret word to activate the thousands-of-year-old... sentiment.
It's a pretty bad password.
Yeah, a little bit. But at least you know he cares about you, it seems.
Yeah.
It's magical. The cube, which is the key, seemed after, as she gestures to Tamar-Con, was finished with instantly transposed from his hand over to his desk. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time.
A lucky break.
I'm sure it'll rub off on some of you.
I have been
After he
quite
uses such a
lucky.
thing, it returns to where exactly? Where did you see it?
In his desk. Indeed, in his study. The box is magically locked, however. So
Did
you'll
you
have to tell me
snatch it
in
before?
advance.
Right.
You will have to tell me in advance at our time of our grand betrayal for me to go steal it.
Why would you word it like a betrayal? It makes it sound dirty. I don't like that.
Oh, isn't that what this is?
It's a last resort.
So Thala shrugs.
I felt like it was kind of our first plan was to go talk to your future sister.
There are other ways of getting to the Feywild and meeting her, as we found. Taking the key is a last resort, because taking the key means that my father lost an ancient artifact that is held within the council, which is very bad, and it would look very bad. I would like to keep my family's reputation, what is left of it, intact.
So, planning to go to the Feywild, and there is another way?
Calliope has a way, but it's dangerous. She pops out into the dangerous part of the Feywild.
Which dangerous part?
Outside of the Sealy Kingdom?
Where outside of the City Kingdom?
She didn't really say. She just said it was going
The
to take a couple of
Unseelie
days.
Kingdom, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Have you
In,
heard of such a place?
Of course, but there's plenty of places in the Uncity Kingdom.
Any further than that?
Where would be a place that a Fey princess would consider very dangerous?
Well, she even said that she needs to sneak through to get home.
Oh, if she can be there and walk around, I'm sure she's fine.
Well, she also can disappear.
She's a Fae
so-
that can disappear and change her face at will to blend
Yes,
in.
yes, if she can do that, then I'm
She
sure
kinda-
it's fine.
I didn't want to say this because I was afraid it might have insulted her if she took it the wrong way. She kind of reminded me of a younger Yaya Gigi.
Yikes.
A sea hag.
Oh, a hag?
Well,
You
that's
did
why
not
I said
speak very
younger
hagly to
because
me.
no, because her hair is like seaweed and Yaya Gigi's is also like seaweed, and you guys are really mean, but Yaya Gigi's really nice, and so is Calliope.
But didn't you just
But yeah, that's
call
what she
her an
reminded me of.
old hag?
Yeah, is Gigi only nice to you because your spell. Never mind.
Yes, Luna, that is correct.
Persephone, this is your family and this is your situation. How would you like to proceed?
Luna, did you find anything out in the library?
Not a lot. There are a lot of books. I only was able to read up on the previous married. Sorry, Bran.
He's already asleep.
Oh well, he can sleep. This is Persephone's room, isn't it?
Yes. Where else would we meet?
Don't do anything bad to my child, Persephone. But no, it didn't tell me too much more than what we already knew, other than if it started in Ronin, something. The fallout was caused by the human in the situation. And at the end of it all, I guess he was just kind of poofed from existence. But I couldn't find any specific names or specific reasons as to why he caused this. Maybe he disappointed the queen. But it was very similar to the situation. She was heartbroken and I guess looking for love. Found a noble heart and it got caught up somehow.
So it was also with the summer matron?
No, it was with the storm wind lady.
I think moral of the story is if we take brother and abscond with him, bad thing will happen, yes?
Possibly.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, if she can make Calliope, Lacerin, and the melancholy lord from just her feelings, and that's assuming some of it was brief. She could cause problems if this isn't ended delicately either. So yeah, we're probably going to need her to end it.
When she realizes that your brother doesn't actually love her, that'll probably piss her
That
off.
would be worse. Oh god. We'll have to figure it out when we actually meet her, because different kinds of people would respond differently to the kind of news of, I'm only marrying you out of obligation.
Completely unrelated note. Persephone, do you know what the word cedar wind means?
See the wind. Do I?
Sounds like a name. The loose translation sounds like some sort of name of a forest, but it sounds again more like a name than it is something in broken down context. Roll me a straight int check to see if you got some good old elven teaching in your brain from your years and years of noble schooling.
Would I have recognized it?
Yeah, give me one too, because again, it's an old. It just sounds like a name. You're just dissecting it with your brain.
Oops, there's my 7.
Let's see.
Yeah, it sounds particularly old. Yeah, it's hard to say. Very, very old name, but it does sound like to both of you it's the name of like a forest or a glade or something.
Yeah, sure. Like, so I don't have any smart people in this group right there. This isn't. Yeah, I'm sorry. This
Oh,
is.
you want me to try rack my brain?
Sure.
Alright, so with all of seeing that them kind of draw a blank, we'll try to check the recesses of her mind. Though it's been a long while since she's been in the Elven lands. Yeet!
Jesus Christ.
That's usually how that works.
Yeah. As
Yeah, maybe
you,
some of my luck will rub off on you guys.
although you are far disconnected from elven culture, you are very well studied in it to the point where if you ever had to recall it for the sake of a job or otherwise just building a disguise, you have a textbook about information in your mind about such things, and you would actually know that truly, if you were to break down the name Sidarvin, it would more or less translate to the Glade of Autumn. Otherwise, something like you think it'd be like an autumn glade, or otherwise almost like you'd think like a cinder wood.
She tells that to the party, see if that racks their brains too.
That's what you're looking for, isn't it?
Yeah, before I
Cedar?
started reading up on the thing, I looked at the maps that were in there. There was the symbol as I handed to Samantha. I don't know what it means. I'm not studied in magic writings or anything, but there was that symbol and that word there.
Markings on this. Certainly seem arcane in nature.
And go ahead and give me an Arcana check. Not particularly hard, but mostly just deciphering its meaning. It's an Elven Arcana, not quite the same sort of harsh Draconic you've been learning from the book you were started on today, as well as what you've learned from Tenzin.
Bit difficult. Some of the arrangements different. I'm more familiar with Draconic Arcana, but I think maybe.
It seems to be the marking, not so much like a true rune, but that like almost like a symbol you'd expect to find in some sort of circle of abjuration magic, like you'd expect of that of either protection or otherwise like a barrier.
It'd almost certainly be some sort of abjuration magic. Like a barrier or something of that nature. Maybe to protect something behind it.
Interesting. That's all so far. Back to your issues, Persephone.
I'm very concerned about this malicious intended individual that seems to be running around my city. Because if this wedding is supposed to be a big deal and there's somebody that is not a great person involved, that could bode very bad.
Well, we still have a month until the wedding. You can try your best at convincing your father to take you along with him when he does his tests, as long as you put on your best prim and proper, seen but unheard act, and I don't know, try and see into their hearts when they do it, since it happens when they open the gate, right? That's where the malice comes from. See who it's coming from.
Right. And maybe if we're spending more time here, the melancholy prince is the one that goes between here and Queen Titania. If he ends up coming back to share news that could give us some insight on what the situation is over in the Feywilds. So there's that. It's a lot. Just like everything that we've done, as we learn more, the situation gets more and more complicated. And I'm, to be perfectly honest, I'm not entirely sure what I want to do. All I know is that I want to stop the wedding, and I don't want to ruin my family's entire reputation, and I don't really want to hurt my relationship with my family more than I have. So I don't really have the answer on how to do all of that.
So say we go to the Feywild, right? We
Mm-hmm.
fight our way through whatever we get spat into in the unseelie van. And we find the Queen Titania, and she seems pleasant as can be. Are you open to the idea of your brother simply marrying her?
The problem with Rael marrying her is that he's not doing it because he wants to. He's doing it because it means I can keep adventuring. He's literally throwing his life away for my benefit. He's never had anybody given him the chance to do his own thing and be his own person.
Really?
So,
Yeah.
you know,
Really?
even
Loving?
if she's nice, then maybe there's more we can talk about. I mean, if she wants the love of a noble heart, love doesn't have to be romance. I mean, I'm sure that's how she thinks of it, but it comes in all sorts of forms.
Certainly
Oh.
tried to convince her to live off of the adoration of her people, but I feel like she has that. Everyone already seems to love her in that regard, whether or not they want to or not, it seems.
Spoke
And
to your
certain
brother.
component of
Did
her.
did he seem enamored by her?
Not like the way everyone else is. I mean, he's spoken to her like once or twice. Just made some observational notes about it sounded like she was young. It's simple. I don't know.
It's fine. We go to the Feywild, we have Bran seduce the Queen, and then she doesn't want to marry your brother anymore.
We need to stop trying to throw Brandon off problems.
He's not even awake to defend himself.
Why else do we bring him?
I mean, honestly, if anyone has a chance at marrying a Fey Queen, it's really you, Tamarkon.
She wasn't
How do you
noble.
think the entire Feywild would react to you, the monkey king to be, marrying Queen Titania, the summer matron?
Well,
Well, that would be quite the thing to bring to
Why
your
not?
regrouping to my con.
Exactly.
Your
That's
brothers
definitely
bring
something your
something
brother
weird,
would never bring.
and then you bring a wife.
A very powerful Fey wife.
Why not? What
They'd
was
never expect that.
Yes.
An
Well,
archfey, certainly, the
Oh, it
hearts.
certainly changed things.
The heart of an
Interesting.
archfey certainly wouldn't be an easily acquired thing.
But steal it.
They were stealing, yes.
You're very good
You
at
have
stealing,
my permission to
Tamarkon.
steal her heart. To steal it from my brother, I guess. Steal her heart.
Just leave it inside of him.
Or you know,
Yeah.
even
I
fun.
don't think they want an actual literal heart. Well, maybe.
Depending, you seem to be quite interested in hunting down monsters. If you found something one of a kind that could bring its heart back to your whatever that idea is, I don't know. It's not a vault, but something.
Taking something from the Feywild is so mundane. I don't think my father would be very happy with me if that is what I found. But again, still a lovely adventure. One other way.
It could be one of many things.
She could always help you get something even harder to get.
Like
Okay.
butt stuff or.
So anyways,
I joke,
Oh my goodness.
talk to your brother tomorrow.
So what do we doing? We hang out in town. We talk to
It
people.
sounds like perhaps Persephone wants to try to find the melancholy prince and converse with him, along with, well, what
You guys
else?
just enjoy the city for a bit. I just might need to talk to Father. I haven't actually done that yet. Informally.
I'll go talk to the kingpin, see if he's a cheerful fellow or not. Wanted to speak to him anyways. See if he's sitting there gloating about sucking away at the tree's life or something.
Do you mind if I tag along for that?
Sure! Why
I have
not?
no- I have no aversion to a seedy underbelly, if that is not a
Oh.
I really want to see the place,
You'll
but
probably be more at home there than people look at you here.
I can
I
fit in
really
wherever.
want to see this place, but I'm also afraid I might cause a panic if the lady shows up.
That might be an issue. I'll dress you up or something.
Give you a
If you
different
want, I
face.
could record it for you, so you could see what it is we got up to. I do have that orb that I can just document things with.
Does it still have our
It's
adventures
similar
on it?
to Roka, Persephone. The same type, the same sorts of people live there, which is why it's like that.
Ah. Okay. Do you still have the orb? Does it still have like the shows on it? I haven't been able to show Rail our adventures.
I do.
Grabby hands.
Please. I didn't hear any of that.
I said, you want my orb?
Can I borrow it? Maybe I should also show Father. Maybe that way he'll start taking me seriously.
I don't know. Maybe do we want to seem less powerful than we already are, just to trip them up, so they don't expect us to do anything dubious. If they underestimate us, we can use that to our advantage.
That is
This
true.
is true.
They already know that we're dragon slayers.
Father acknowledges that you all are dragon slayers.
And
I
ego
don't-
and pride are an interesting thing. We may have the title, but, you know, it could be perceived that the dragon was old and frail or something. You live for
That's the
thousands of
opposite of what
years.
How long are we talking? 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, a month? What are we doing before we make decision of what we do? I love the city, pretty city, but
I need more information
crazy like
in
that.
general. And I don't know how long I'm going to take. Let's start with a week. Let's just
Really?
start with this week and see what we can figure out.
Understood. Let's see what all I can get into in that time.
All right, Owen, it's been a week. What did we learn?
Okay. As indeed, it seems like after reconvening, gathering some new information in the city of Inulin, Persephone sort of being placed at the head of this endeavor. It seems this is a personal choice of hers, how she's going to handle this, balancing the trouble of this new family drama as well as her desire to save her brother, places her at odds ends. Her decision not yet known. We will rejoin the Valiant Vanguard 1 week after their time spent in Inulin. Hopefully, then a decision will have to be made as things will be changing. The ever shifting magic surrounding the city of Inulin will push things forward regardless of whether or not they're prepared. The world is always turning, and the Valiant Vanguard must make a decision. But for now, that is where we will call tonight's session of Song of Rapture. Ooh, boy.
And seeing that Bran just fell asleep in her room, Percy is going to ask Swift Hollow if she can just crash there for the night.
That's fine. I'll telekinesis.
Certainly.
Software.
No, it's too late. Slumber party,
Yeah.
slumber party, slumber party.
Well, at least put him in her bed, so he's not like on the floor.
There's a chair with an ottoman, I'm sure.
There are a lot of pillows.
Bring in my bed.
There's probably a discussion den. It's
I'm
fine.
not putting Brad into Marcon's bed.
Yeah.
They might do that. That might be funny.
Right, there we go. That's all we've got for you tonight. It was certainly a lot of fun, a lot of information gathering, and I think
Wait, before. Sorry.
YouTube. All right, we're gonna make a habit.
Yeah, hang on. As Persephone and Swithal settle down for the night, Swithal just turns to Persephone. So would you like to see it? It's just you and me. You were good last time. She nods.
Yes, let's go. Let's go.
Fantastic. It's in a similar manner to perhaps the day before. Yeehaw.
Yeet.
Heading off
all I got.
into the underbelly.
Yep.
All right.
Underbelly Part 2.
As we
Yeah,
will
that's all I got.
rejoin the Valiant Vanguard. Not next week, unfortunately. Almost got a work thing apparently that came up, so I gotta go party to apparently. So we'll have a week to do some downtime stuff for the week, and then we'll pop right back in, hopefully with a decision made, ready to take action. Do something.
No, we won't.
Are we
No,
sure
we won't.
that's Thanksgiving?
Oh, it's Thanksgiving.
We'll see you in December.
Who fucking has Thanksgiving anymore? Come on, guys! In this
Guys, we have
meeting, you gotta have a big
Hey,
meal.
hey,
Where are
you're
you
not allowed-
going?
You're not allowed to have Thanksgiving.
Where are you
It's been canceled.
going?
Exactly.
Cancel. If anybody goes to Thanksgiving, I'm gonna beat you up.
You're going to jail. Straight to jail.
Do you know how many people touch their face and don't wash their
Straight
hands
to
at
jail.
Thanksgiving?
This is our
Straight to
Thanksgiving.
jail.
I expect
Yeah,
us
do you know
all
how
to
close
have
we
Yeah.
get?
weird Thanksgiving plates where we play D&D and eat turkey at the same time. That's what I'm expecting.
Yes.
So are you
They're in the
confirming that we're having a
Already
game
worked
on Thanksgiving Day? Is
COVID
that what you're saying?
touched me.
You gotta pull the trigger on that because I'm fine with that. I don't care.
I'm down.
I heard it.
Sure. Whatever.
All right, yeah, because Brendan can tell people to drop off desserts outside of the house. He'll be fine.
That's right.
Yeah,
Give
I don't
them
think
offerings.
Fucking opens the door. Oh shit, there's 37 pies.
Oh,
Well,
God.
gotta
Yep.
start eating them.
Thanksgiving's not happening on my end.
He'll look
Let's
like
watch
he's
the
wearing
stream.
plate
Brent, is
armor
that
from
like
all
your
the Tims
eighth?
on
Is that
him.
your 8th pie? Yeah. I just gotta stop.
Andy
Now they're
just-
not. Oh shit! Now there's cobblers.
I don't know about the rest of y'all, but if y'all have that open, we could do a Thanksgiving game. Otherwise, my week after. But yeah, we'll get on that.
Okie dokie. I'll pencil us in for Thanksgiving until people hit up absences and cancellations and tell us how their family's holding them hostage or something. So
They'll do that.
Yeah, don't do that though. If you end up doing that, be sure to wash your hands, wear a full hazmat suit, make it very awkward for them at least. So that way they don't let them forget that this is a thing. So with that, I want to thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight for some more Song of Rapture, for all of its wonderful drama. I'm looking forward to where this is going to go in the future, along with what it is Persephone and her father are going to get into, talking in private, where the mom can't stop them. Who knows what might be said. So be sure to tune in, not next Thursday, but hopefully Thursday after next Thanksgiving, or potentially another Thursday. So stay tuned for that. We should hopefully soon at some point maybe be able to convene in regards to Tasha's guide to everything that's coming out super soon in just a few more days. So stay tuned for news and information regarding that. You can also check the Discord or join the Discord to find out more about that as the days count down. And then this Sunday, we return for more Heroes of Thylea at 5 p.m. Eastern, as the Oracle's Chosen need to survive 3 elemental princes and princesses. Hopefully they will, and they won't just drown in the sea. But
I mean, we could always get struck by lightning. That's fine.
oh yeah, I was struck by lightning, or tossed up 1,000 feet in the air. Who knows?
Yep. I got wings. It's fine.
How many feathers can I blow off with a single gust? Find out this Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern with more Heroes of Thylea. I want to thank you all so much for hanging out with us, for watching, for enjoying Lionhead Gaming, and yeah, that's all I got for you this Thursday. So as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Lady-o.
Toodles.
Bye.
way, you can also go to bobscaryvoa.com to listen to my demos. Lionhead Gaming, you're killing me, buddy, that you're coming in now.
Oh my god, Lionhead, it's been so long.
Yes,
Thank
we
you
need to chat
so
because
much for the raid.